Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I'd like to begin our Shravana with an invocation to the Gayatri Mantra. If you know it, you're welcome to join along with me. Actually, I'm going to do 3 Omkaras before it, nice deep ones. And then after that, we'll do the Gayatri Mantra. Swaha tatsaviturvarenyam bhargo devasya dhimahi dhiyo yonah prachodayat. Thank you. Om Namah Shivaya. Welcome, dear Michelle. Hello, dear Jen. Welcome, everyone. Allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming environment open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, ethnicity, belief system, what color pants you're wearing, etc. I'm wearing pajamas at the moment. I hope that we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and sharing positive sentiments. Thank you, dear Jen. Dear Lena asks if we're ever getting any more math raps. I don't have any planned at the moment, but if you're interested in knowing a little more about my story when it comes to my internet presence here and what I do with my platform, do check out the link tree in my bio where there's a frequently asked questions page. And if any questions aren't answered there, I'm more than happy to clarify any remaining inquiries here. And namaste, dear Lakonen. Hello, dear Taro. Hari Om. Welcome, dear Ushabai. I trust you all are as well as you can be in this moment. If you are feeling any kind of negativity, feeling angry, frustrated, lost, confused, afraid, anxious, guilty, that's okay too. And may this be a space for you to express yourself. Thank you, dear Alex, for the heart me that you have blessed our Sangha with starting off today. Hari Om Tat Sat. Namaste, dear Hydra. Husavik, you ask, was there a specific event in my life that sparked the change in my internet presence? Yes, and you're welcome to check out the frequently asked questions page in the link tree in my bio too. But if you want a summary, anxiety. I was making videos on mathematics, physics, and the spirituality. People forget that I was already making spiritual videos back then. They just didn't go as viral, so you might not have seen them. I didn't make anything new, I guess let go of the old. And for me, physics, mathematics, they brought me to spirituality. And my intention for my account has always just been to express myself, and my interests have changed over time, from scientific inquiry to spiritual inquiry, as I found that through such means my anxiety becomes alleviated. For me, it was an unhealthy relationship with the pure sciences, because I would go so high intellectually and then I wouldn't come back down to be grounded again, and I'd get lost in exploring higher dimensional spaces and abstract algebra and whatnot. And ultimately, no matter how much knowledge you have of mathematics, of physics, we still have to figure out, how we can be human, how we can be a better son or daughter or brother or sister, friend, father or mother, how we can go through our day with grace, with love in our hearts. And I think that to me is the ultimate goal, is to discovering a spiritual science of living gracefully. And as such, the way in which I express myself, the way in which I understand myself has all changed. And thank you, dear John Simon, for the heart me and pair of pumpkins that you sent too. Om Kringalikaye Namaha. And dear Lane, thank you for the witchy kitty and paper crane that you sent too. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Now in our Shauravana, I would like to read from another section of our book, Hollywood to the Himalayas, and I'd like to do a show and tell of a documentary that one of you made and have shared with us. So I'll spend more time on questions and answers later, but I can do a rapid fire of the questions that were answered or were asked before I said that. Do I like to dance, asks Taro. I love to, but I don't know how. But everything can be a dance if you try to make it one. Dear Jevnio, you ask, if God exists, why do innocent babies and animals get disease like cancer and such? Boy, I really made myself into a pickle by saying I would answer these in rapid fire. How can I possibly answer that question in rapid fire format? Simple answer, because God is the babies and animals itself. God is not separate from anyone. If anyone is suffering, it is the divine within. Well, I should clarify, that divinity does not actually suffer, just as you, in your true essence, do not actually suffer as that divinity. But the one who is experiencing all the suffering is ultimately God, within you, within me, within the babies and animals too. It doesn't justify it, but it helps us understand that it's not like God is sitting idle. We are the representatives of that divinity, and thus it's our duty to ensure that we make the changes to alleviate the suffering from ourselves and our fellow expressions of that same divinity, which we're all a part of. Now we can go deeper into that in the Manana section of our live stream. But the point is, there is a way of unifying an understanding of divinity and without invalidating the suffering that genuinely happens all around the world. Now, dear Lena, you ask if I can describe my beliefs. Am I Buddhist, or would I say generally spiritual? I'm human, and all I have is my own experience. If my experience is similar to yours, we might group it under the same umbrella term, but truly, every single one of us has a unique belief system according to our unique experiences. And dear Adrian, you ask if I can explain how to ground myself. We ground ourselves just by acknowledging the very basic facts around us. We say there is a floor beneath our feet. I have a body holding me together. I have people that love me. I am here without need to do anything. Expectations are something that we acquire and not a testament to our true identity. There are 4 walls around us and a roof, food in our tummy. My eyes still work. I am capable of change. And I'm exactly where I need to be right now. Ground ourselves in universal truths. Now, I'm not familiar with what's going on in the sun, dear Scott. A lot of light, though, coming from there. Thermonuclear fusion at the core. Elements being fused, photons being generated. Very hot. Wouldn't recommend going there. That sounds like a very reasonable goal for you, dear Tanya. Namaste, dear Georgia. Welcome, dear Karen. Alright. I have a lovely show and tell for you all today. I haven't seen it yet myself. I just know it's lovely already. Today for show and tell we have a documentary by Magical Potatoes. Well, Magical Potato. It's Magical Potatoes Advocacy documentary. It's about 20 minutes, a little less than that. And let me read to you what she wrote about it. This is actually, their name is Indigo, but they jokingly said that they wanted to go by Magical Potato, and I didn't take it as a joke, so that's what I've put the text there for, or as. It's about the livelihood of the Durmagat Indigenous peoples, which I've never heard of, so we'll find out more about them. They wrote, I'm not sure if the format of this film will appeal to viewers since it's in Tagalog and hasn't been edited for a TikTok template, which might make it appear small on the phone screen. However, it does have English subtitles. Feel free to reach out to me on TikTok if you'd prefer to change the topic, blah blah blah. No, it's wonderful. We're gonna watch this. And they'd really appreciate my feedback before I feature it on my live. Oops, haven't watched it yet. As it might be a bit heavy and culturally shocking for some. Well, I have trust that it's okay. If there's anything too crazy, I'm sure that we'll just pause it and maybe watch it at another time. So the reason that I wanted to make this short film, I'm speaking as dear Indigo, even though it is a work in progress, is to inspire others to initiate grassroots movements or offer their skills in ways that support communities in need. I hope it encourages people to explore new experiences, such as volunteering or immersing themselves in different cultures, helping us grow beyond our own echo chambers. This film is based on my undergraduate thesis. I initially thought I would fail because I started the project alone and rushed the paperwork in just a month. However, the universe magically conspired and connected me with individuals eager to help, forest rangers, Christian pastors from various churches, non-profit organizations, filmmaking friends, renowned Filipino historians, and most importantly, the Durmagat tribe. I'm sure I can learn how to pronounce that better, making the project possible. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic affected the documentary's full potential as it was an integral part of my research. Despite these challenges, the project attracted support, resulting in outreach programs and donations that enabled the Dharmagat community to build a temporary water well. Before this, I would visit the Dharmagat children yearly to donate school supplies and join outreach programs. These children were the inspiration for my project. Over time, I built friendships with the forest rangers and some tribe members. Since the Dharmagat people are selective about who they welcome into the community, I feel humbled and grateful for the opportunity to immerse myself in their culture and learn through hands-on experience. This experience perfectly illustrates the saying, "Success is a journey, not a destination." The process, filled with love and learning, became more important than achieving the final goal. The people I met and the experiences I had along the way are what I value most. What a wonderful introduction. Allow me to now reveal this to you all. Ooh, how exciting! A documentary. Wow, we've got some really talented Sanghis. Alright, I'm going to minimize the background music too, so that we have our full audible attention on this wonderful advocacy documentary.
So, ang trabaho po namin dito ay mag-provide ng opportunity para sa kabuhayan nila sa pamamagitan ng kanilang pagtatanim ng...
Dumating po kami dito sa lugar na ito ay sinusunog po ito taon-taon.
Sa kanilang ang lupang ninuno. At sino ang nakikinabang? Welcome po sa Punduhan ng mga Dumagat. Ako po si Ma'am Gladys. They call me Ma'am Gladys. Ako po yung chairman ng Sagip Madre. Kami po yung NGO na nangangalaga ng lugar na to, pati yung mga katutubong nandito. So masaya kami na naabot ninyo kami para malaman at makilala din ninyo ang pamumuhay ng mga katutubong dumagat. Kami po dito ay tumutulong sa mga government agency like DANR and Angat Watershed. So ang Sagip Madre po, ang advocacy talaga nito ay yung forest protection and rehabilitation ng watershed. And alam naman natin po na itong lugar na to ay dito nanggagaling ang almost majority ng source ng water sa buong Kamaynilaan.
Mga po pala si Rico Tebe, isang katulong lumagat dito sa Marsagaray, Bulacan. Bali po kasi kami mga katulong lumagat. Ang aming hanap buhay rito sa Bulacan, sa Angat Dam, ay pangkaraniwan na po yung paninisid kasi katulad po namin na mga pinag-aralan, hindi kami nakakapaghanap buhay sa katulad sa bayan. Kaya ang tanging hanap buhay lang ho namin ay ang pangingisda, panguhuli ng isda, pamamana. Pag minsan po pagka yung ganitong tag-ulan, mahirap ang pangingisda. Sumasad din po kami sa ibang mga hanap buhay katulad ng pagbubukawi, pagyayanto. Yan po.
Paborito po pong ginagawa ay pangingisda. Naninisid po kami. Kami pong dalawa nito. Pwede po nagtatalo na po kami sa isang panay. Po si Remark, 13 years old. Kabi.
On po si Alex. On apelido niya kami na mo.
Isa po 10 years old. Ako po ay tila po. 4 na po ako eh.
Anong gusto mong maging? Anong pangarap mo?
abogado po. Para po makatulong po ako. Pag ako po ay naging abogado, ay di tutulong rin po sa mahirap.
Doktor po. Para po ako makatulong sa mga sakit po dito sa bunduhan. Sundalo po. Para po may kalaban na po, bariling ko po.
Tangan,
okay
protektahan nun.
Pag may mga kabataan na tinatanong ko dito, sabi niya, ano bang gusto mong maging? Walang pinag-iba doon sa ibang mga estudyante ko na minsan nagsasabi sila na gusto nilang maging pulis. At karamihan kasi sa mga tatay dito, ang trabaho nila ay yung forest ranger, yung bantay gubat. Kasi yun lang naman yung nakikita nila sa kanilang mga magulang. No? So, sa mga nanay, sabihin nila, yung nanay ko po ay andun po, nangingisda, nandun sa ilog.
Tulad una-una ho, mas importante sa amin yung bangka. Kasi yung hanap buhay na ho namin, andyan sa hulo. Dito naman po, wala namang ibang hanap buhay rito, kung hindi yung pagbubukawi. Ay, yung pagbubukawi naman po kasi, na nakukuha din may panahon lang siyang nabibili. Kaya lang po namin nagagawang manisin pagka nagbabayad kami rin sa may-ari ng bangka. Eh, hindi naman po kayo makakapanit dyan sa hulo kung wala kaming bangka. Ngayon, kung mayroon po kaming bangka, eh mas giginhawa po ang aming paghahanap buhay kasi hindi na namin iisipin kung saan kami kukuha ng pambabayad namin sa bangka. Dahil dati po kasi nung wala pang dam, hindi kami nangangailangan ng bangka, kundi gumagawa lang kami ng balsam katulad ng buho na yan. Gagawa lang kami niya, meron na kaming ayan. Eh ngayon hindi na pwedeng ianod kasi may dam na, hindi na aagos yung ilog. Kaya mas nahirapan kami dahil wala kaming sasakyan.
Naninisid po kami paggabi. May pagbinta at aming pinapambili ng bigas at panggatas ng kapatid namin. Mahirap po kami sa pagkain. At kung hindi po tatrabaho ng magtataga, ay di po kakain. Kaya lang po kami ng amo-ano ay namimigay rin po sila ng bigas sa amin.
Dumating po kami dito sa lugar na ito ay sinusunog po ito taon-taon. Wala ho itong kakahoy-kahoy dahil sa ginagawa nga ng mga mag-uuling, mga ilegalista.
Pinagbabawal po talaga namin dito ang pumutol ng kahit anong puno. Ang hindi lang po namin pinagbabawal kagaya po ng buho at yung bukawi. Kasi yan naman po, kahit po yun ay putulin, wag lang bubunutin, ay tumutubo mas higit pa yung tutubo kaysa sa pinutol. Hindi po kagaya ng kahoy na pag pinutol mo ang kahoy ay mamamatay na yun. Yun na po ang pag-uumpisa ng pagbaha, pagbuho ng lupa kasi mawawalan na ng tibay yung lupa kasi wala ng puno.
Ito yung forest ranger ng Sagip. Tapos ito naman po yung bantay gubat. Kami po noon, nung unang-una kami nagkuha ng forest ranger, kami po ay kumukuha sa mga matataas, dinar, kapitulyo, water seed. Hanggang nanumpa po kami na pinakuha kami ng mga matataas na dinar. Parang training, ganun. Paano ka manguhuli ng tao. Yun po ang pinag-aralan namin. Ito po yung ginagawa namin, ma'am.
Bilang NGO po, wala po kaming tinatanggap na sahod. Buong puso lang po namin na ginagampanan yung pangangalaga ng ating kalikasan. Ako po si Rodi Beron po na isa po sa mga kumakatawan po sa mga forest ranger po dito. Ang samahan po namin dito ay Sagip, Sierra Madre Environmental Society. Mula dito sa boundary ng Nueva Ecija at DRT, hanggang doon po ang bali iniikutan namin.
Yung anak ko pong si Loret, nag-aaral po yan. dito. Ngayon, nasabi niya sa akin, nung humulo siya, ano kaya tatay kung tumira ka na doon? Parang sama-sama tayo pamilya. Sabi ko, pag titingnan ko, ang trabaho ko po sa hulo, maglalambat. Maganda po trabaho ko. May sarili akong bangka, may sarili akong motor. Ngayon na inaisipan nga ng anak ko, hinaya ko rito. Ngayon, nung dumating naman ako dyan, ang bahay pa lang po ng kuha dyan, kubo-kubo. Walang yero. Lahat anahaw, buho. Tapos ang nagawa yun, ginawa ko na naman yung tinitirhan nila ngayon, yung kitchen.
Paano kayo nagkakilala ni Larry?
Nung magkakilala po kami ni Larry, pagdating ko pong galing sa Cavite sa pangatulong ko. Pero wala pa akong pinagsisisihan, ma'am, kasi...
Hindi ka nagsisisihan na si Larry na
Hindi po, kasi proud po ako na si Larry yung napangasawa ko. Mabait siya, masipag. Dito na po nagtrabaho si Larry. Nagsisidling po kami, ninalagay ni Larry sa supot, nagtatabas po sila. Tapos yung sidling po namin, binibili po nung mga bisita na dinadala po dito ni ma'am. Binabayaran po sa amin ng 10 po yung yung seedling, tapos yung tabas po ay 5 pesos. Bali 15 po ang Yun po yung pinagkakakitaan po namin dito sa punduhan. Tapos kami pong mga kababaihan, pag sinabi po ni ma'am na sa Sabado ay may bisita tayo, kailangan kumuha kayo ng mga kalakal nyo sa hulo. Pumapahulo po kami, kumukuha po kami ng panggasolina namin kay ma'am. Tapos nangunguha po kami ng ng pako, ng gabi. Tapos pagka nabayaran na po ni ma'am, inaalis po ni ma'am yung pinambili po namin ng gasolina. Iyon po yung ginagawa namin para makatulong po kami dun sa mga asawa po namin.
Dahan po kayo dyan. Ang po.
Ang trabaho po namin dito ay mag-provide ng opportunity para sa kabuhayan nila sa pamamagitan ng kanilang pagtatanim ng mga seedlings na yun din po yung kinukuha namin at binibili namin sa kanila na itinatanim para ma-reforest po itong lugar. Bahagi na rin po ito na sila na rin po yung mag-aalaga ng pananim at sila na rin po yung mag-nurture niyan.
Ako po si Eduardo Molito, alias ko ay Bado, na nakatira dito sa Suha. Ako ay dito na tumanda sa paghahalaman namin dito. Anak ko dito nag-forest ranger, Gary, Jerwin, saka si Anding. Yan ang mga anak ko dito na nag-forest ranger. Sila nag-iikot dito sa kabundukan, malayo ang naabot nila, mag-iikot. Kaya sila umalis dito na parang wala kasi silang kinikitang maayos.
Ilang po kayong forest ranger na indigenous people po?
Kung kami dito, noon, 16 kami. Ay sa ngayon, ilan na lang kami, 8 na lang. Hindi ho may katulad ng Bantay Gubat na ipo lang ang dam lang ang hinahawakan nila, pinapangalagaan. Kami po mga porsenger, buong Sierra Madre. Yun po ang pinapangalagaan ng porsenger. Yun po ang aming tungkulin, pinanumpaan, pangalagaan yan. Kaya lang po, sa ganito po, na sitwasyon, kakunti na kami. Kaya paikot-ikot na lang kaming gumagalaw.
Nagiging problema lang po namin bilang mga forest ranger kasi po kami naman talagang wala naman kaming benepisyo sa aming mga pinaglilingkurang ahensya sa mga pangangailangan po namin. Katulad ng mga gamit namin sa operation. Siyempre, kailangan pagka umakyat kayo sa bundok, kailangan yung mga backpack, flashlight, tsaka raincoat na ipapangako rin sa amin ng ibang ahensya na pinaglilingkuran namin na magbibigay sila ng ganun. Pero ang totoo, hindi naman nangyayari.
Mayroong din kasing sinasabi na kailangan din talaga nilang maano kasi unang-una lalo sa political yung pagboboto na napakalaking papel nito pagdating sa resources ng government. And may mga representations kasi. So paano ba nila na ginagawa 'yon? And because of the influence at minsan yung talagang advocacy, yung talagang issue about them ay hindi naman talaga naisusulong. Sa kanila ang lupang ninuno. They have all these resources supposed to be. But sino ang nakikinabang? So, sinong nakikinabang? At of course, mayroon mga representations na gumagawa ng policies about this. Pero, kanino bang pabor? So, sino bang mga ehensya na pwedeng, dapat ay tumutukoy at gumaagapay sa kanila? Basic na lang sa services, health services. Dito po, karamihan dito talaga, ang sakit dito lagi, lalo pag tag-ulan na ganito, sakit nila sa tiyan kasi ironically we have the source of water pero wala talagang malinis na tubig dito. Ironically, itong lugar na kung saan yung energy ay nandito pero wala kaming tubig at ilaw dito.
Kumisan nga mapakarumi na yung aming iniinom eh. Ang iba eh, ang ginagawa namin, nagagawa kami ng basahan, sinasala namin. Ang pakahirap dyan yung yan.
Yung kuryente naman po tayo, hindi mo madilim po.
Ay, kuryente, wala kaming kuryente. Analaang, kumisan yung, kung kami kumakain, nagbabasag na lang kami ng buho, lalagay namin sa apoy. Habang kami kumakain, maliwanag na yun.
They have their own issues, particularly issues on how they are being used by people who are really benefiting from this mountain of Sierra Madre, di ba? But as public school teacher, it's really challenging on my part to see them na yung edukasyon nila talaga hindi nila natatapos. We've been attempting for so many times na since 2015 when I started the volunteer work. We started with alternative learning system. We started with mga kung ano-anong mga approaches for them to be able to really adapt with the education that we are offering.
Ay, gusto ko nga pong mag-aaral at matutupo at para yung pangarap ko matupad ko. At pag yung hindi po ako mag-aaral, hindi ko naman po matutupad. Pag nag-aaral po ako at pag natupad ko po ay makakatulong po ako.
Nandyan na yung issue on gustong mag-aral pero walang mga records. Gustong mag-aral pero walang teacher. So we are very blessed that we have this partner with Metro Manila College. So the Metro Manila College is the one providing with the tuition fee. So free yun.
Payo ko po rin sa mga kabataan na mga dumagat, katulong dumagat. Pagka sila pinag-aral ng mga magulang nila o kinuha sila ng mga Tagalog na para pag-aralin, huwag na silang magdalawang isip. Panghinayangan na nila, pagpatuloy nila yung kanilang pag-aaral hanggang sila yung makapagtapos para hindi nila maranasan yung ganitong buhay. Amin na mga matatandang dumagat na hindi nakapag-aral ay mahirap. Maabot nila yung kung ano yung kanilang pangarap. Hindi nila dadanasin yung ganitong hirap.
Wala nung hawakan namin itong lugar na ito, gumanda na ang tubo ng mga punong kahoy dito at dumami.
Bilang chairman po ng Sagip, ang advokasya namin ay ang pagpapanatili nitong watershed. At the same time, yung kabuhayan din ng mga katutubo. Na, hindi naman po ito settlement kasi ito po ay isang center. Kaya kumbaga sa yung Sagip po, yan yung pinakang-umbrella. But punduhan ng dumagat ay isa lamang sa proyekto. Pero priority po talaga ay yung pag-reforest at pagpapatanim ng puno. Kasi time will come, we dream that this place will become the mini forest. Alam namin na malaki ang challenge sa environmental mga issues, pero sa abot kaya po namin ito ang gusto namin gawin dito sa lugar na to. Since ito ay pinagkatiwala sa amin ng ating Panginoon at ng mga authority, ng DNR at ng mga ahensya, ang aming ka-partners.
Kaya nagpapasalamat nga rin po kami. Unang-una na po rin siya nagbuo ng punduhan na nagkaroon ng punduhan para kami ay matulungan. Yun, medyo gumanda ang aming pamumuhay, medyo gumaan. Hindi kami masyadong nahihirapan. Hindi katulad dati na talagang hirap na hirap kami.
How amazing it is to have such talented Sanghis from all around the world doing such amazing work for their community and the people around. Well, I really liked that. I think that was so professionally made, you know? You would never have known that it was just made by practically one individual, although I'm sure there was lots of support as she mentioned. But you know, that could have been made by a whole studio with all the framing and everything, the music. Lovely. So interesting to learn about these people. I think I said Dharmagat, but in the subtitles it didn't look like there was an R. Oh, yeah, I think I hallucinated the letter R in there. Just Dumagat. Anyway, thank you so much, dear Magical Potato, or Indy, for sharing this. Indigo, thank you. This was a lovely adventure through another culture and the problems that they face. I thought it was so interesting how you were going in the cave and everything. What a beautiful environment, too. Certainly a natural landscape that deserves to be taken care of, and that includes the people there as well. I was thinking about that too, dear Phoenix Witch. Is there a donation page we can donate? How we can support? I don't think Indigo left one for us, but yeah, I would love to know as well. So that's something that we'll have to figure out at another time, I guess. Anyway, you know the name of the tribe now, Dumagat, and hopefully that can bring up results online. Very lovely and unique show and tell. A documentary. That's pretty cool. Thank you. And of course, anyone else who wanted to watch or to share a show and tell of their own, doesn't have to be a whole documentary. Do check out the link tree in my bio where there's a show and tell application form. And I would love to showcase some of what you all have to share as well. Now I will check if my dear cat is still on the other side of my door. Sounds like someone really wanted in. I'll be right back.
Who's meowing? Meow.
Cutie gave up, went somewhere else. All right. Unfortunately, while we were watching, oh, I hear the kitty's back. Do you hear that? Yeah. Okay. 1 second. kitty. Are you in here? There you are. Oh, there you are. You're over there. Come in here. How long were you in there? No wonder I couldn't find Shadow. I was looking in the wrong place. I thought he was behind my door, but actually he was in the crawl space, which is connected to my room. There's a little door. I don't know how long he was in there, but poor Shadow. Anyway, he's out there and ran right out of my room as soon as I opened that space up. As I was saying, unfortunately, while we were watching that, I did get a notification that alerted us that our live had been restricted, and so no one would be able to find it except for those who, I guess, manually go to my profile and then click on the live. Which is unfortunate, since we certainly had permission to watch that. But anyway, I guess whatever is responsible for flagging that, they didn't know, and that's okay. But it does mean that we'll have a very small sangha for the rest of this live stream, unless we restart. Yeah, then more people could possibly be in this space. But I think there is a benefit to also having a nice kind of close-knit sangha. So maybe we can use that as a sign to just have a nice small audience as we read the next chapter of our book. And then after that we can restart once we get to the manana for the question and answers. How does that sound? This chapter is on forgiveness. Maybe the universe has decided for us this set of circumstances just to have those who are here to listen to this chapter. Sounds good. Okay. Dear Ayan, you ask, am I getting enough sleep? I am. Thank you. I think I slept for a good 10 hours last night. Yeah. Thank you, dear John Simon, for your pair of TGIFs. Radhe, Radhe. Yes, this chapter will just be for you. All right. Chapter 35. The Greatness of Forgiving. About 2.5 years into my stay in Rishikesh, I got a fax from Manny, my biological father. This is the one that had abused her in her childhood. We'd been out of touch for many years. I'd seen him only once since I was 7. I referred to him as the quote-unquote sperm donor to distinguish him from Frank, my true dad, who raised me, taught me, guided me, and loved me. I hated Manny. He had given me more than his genes. In September 1979, when I was 8, I was preparing to visit him in Colorado, where he'd moved after divorcing my mother. He called her to cancel. He had cancelled my last several scheduled visits, I'm putting the emphasis on the wrong words. My last several scheduled visits as well, for one reason or another. This time my mother said, I cannot do this to her again. If you want to cancel, you tell her. As I sat on the edge of my parents' bed, the man who had gifted me his DNA told me that he did not want to see me again. He went on to explain that I wasn't really his daughter, that the biological connection did not inherently create an emotional one. The science of attachment is fascinating. I had no positive memories of any time spent with him since he had pulled out of the driveway when I was 3. Weekend visits while he still lived in Los Angeles included emotional and sexual abuse and pathological behavior that I interpreted as just his personality. But my psychological attachment was stronger than reason, and I was distraught. How could he not want to see his own daughter? How could he not want to see me? For a full decade after that phone call, I wrote him poignant letter after poignant letter, begging to know why he wouldn't see me. What had I done? I sent him photographs of me as I grew. There was never any response. The first communication I received after that September phone call as I entered 3rd grade was at the beginning of my freshman year at Stanford in 1989, a full decade later. The divorce agreement with my mother compelled him to cover a portion of my college education, and Stanford had a policy whereby it would accept tuition payments only from students directly, not from their parents or guardians. Therefore, he needed to communicate. His letter mentioned wanting to reconnect. It was neither apologetic nor tender, but it was an opportunity for which I'd been yearning for 10 years, so I responded, albeit trepidatiously. I visited him once in Denver during spring break during my first year at Stanford. He opened the conversation, the first one we'd had in a decade, by explaining that if I was looking for apologies, if I was looking for repentance, I was looking in the wrong place. He continued by telling me that having me was the second biggest mistake of his life. Marrying my mother was the first. The rest of the evening is a blur. It faded quickly into the comfort of dissociation, that special place where I could be in the world but not of it, physically present but untouchable. Dissociation had been my friend for years, ready to rescue me from any painful situation and take me into the playground of my mind where I could run freely in the grass. I was in the first of 3 hospitals less than a week later, a few days after arriving back at my college dorm. I vomited so much blood that the doctors thought I might have ruptured my esophagus. You cannot vomit up your father. You cannot feed on his love. Neither is he present in what you take in, nor is he present in what you force out. I knew the truth of what I was doing. I knew how to talk to myself and others about it, and I knew the absurdity of it, but I couldn't stop. Our only communication during the next year, which I spent in and out of hospitals and eating disorder units, was through doctors and lawyers. His legal obligation to pay for my college had one stipulation. I had to stay continuously enrolled full-time. This clause was to protect him from having to pay for a degree in which I took only 1 or 2 classes at a time and ran up bills year after year. It was not intended to absolve him in case of a medical leave of absence. However, after my first semester spent in a hospital rather than in class, he sent my mother a letter saying he would no longer pay since I had violated the terms of the agreement. They finally agreed on a settlement in which he gave a lump sum payment and would be responsible for nothing else again, ever. At 19 years of age, I signed papers legally absolving him of any further paternal responsibility. A month later, Frank legally adopted me. Then, suddenly, 8 years later, after I'd moved to India, this fax arrived. My family doctor had contacted him for medical history details. In his reply, he requested my contact information. So I gave the doctor permission to provide him my fax number in Rishikesh. Manny's letter was sweet, kind, caring, and interested in my life in India. It did not include apologies or repentance. He had long since told me I would never get that. It seemed, however, genuinely nice. Hesitantly, I wrote back. I was not willing to turn my back on this opportunity for a relationship with a man I knew only through the ways he had hurt me, but whose presence and acceptance had felt so vital throughout my childhood. We exchanged a few faxes. I shared details of my life in India, the schools we were building, the medical camps, and the women's vocational training centers. I said nothing about my spiritual experiences or the depth of openings and awakenings. I said nothing about the ceremony I had done to forgive him and give my pain to Ganga. His letters were filled with questions, wanting even more details about my life in India and appreciation for the good work being done. They were superficial, but perfectly normal and innocuous. Lakonen had asked if this book is based on the author's diary or something. This is something wonderful about the spiritual path, is that your memories of childhood and decades ago just open up so easily. If you read from almost any spiritual teacher's autobiography, you'll find details stretching back all the way to the first few years in such impeccable detail. I first was thinking about that when I was listening to the autobiography of a yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda, that he would talk in such detail about conversations he had when he was 5 years old or less than that. And I'd think, my goodness, was he keeping a diary since then with every detail of his life? But once I got to a later part of the book, no, he said, I go into meditation and I revisit those times as they were. My conversations with my guru, with my parents, with my sister. I would go back in time and appear before the scenario and then write down what I saw again. I think that's just wonderful. It goes to show that there's just so much experience within us, but due to repression and trauma perhaps preventing us from going back that far, and due to the turbulence of our mind, it's very difficult for us ordinary folks to do that until we have proper training. All right. The sweetness of his letters unraveled me. Who is this man? I had such a complete picture of him as a terrifying, haunting monster. Now, more than 2 decades after violating the very body he'd given me, after attempting to rub out, to smear away, to extinguish the very life he'd created, after turning the tools of his profession, of medicine, of psychiatry, into tools of torment, now he wanted to be friends. There would be, it was clear, no discussion of anything that had happened in the last nearly 30 years, not the abuse, not the abandonment, nor any ramifications of it. Now we would just chat lightly about academic curricula in India compared to America, about whether sewing or embroidery was more of a useful skill for women in the Himalayas. My head spun. I looked deeply into each mirror I passed. Who am I? What really happened? Is this the man of my nightmares? Are these letters from the monster? Could a man capable of what he'd done just turn around and become normal? Had he ever been anything other than normal? Had I made it all up? Were my memories figments of my imagination, projections of my doctors and psychologists? The foundations on which I understood my life was coming apart. I finally reached out to Swamiji, my guru. I need to ask you something important. I have never asked you to use your magic powers, but I need you to use them now. He smiled at me. Bolo, speak. I took a deep breath and tried to keep my anxiety under control. I have, as you know, vivid memories of horrendous abuse at the hands of my biological father. I have spent decades of my life suffering and healing from the abuse and all the effects it has had on my life. Now, this man is sending me faxes that are so nice, so sweet, that they don't seem like they could have been written by a man capable of inflicting the pain of my memories. I need you to use your magic and tell me whether the abuse I remember really happened. Was it fact, or did I make it up? Swamiji was silent, but kept staring at me. Please tell me, I begged. My guru rose from his chair and began to organize files on his table. They were already in immaculate order. Files dedicated to cleaning of Ganga in one group, others on new technologies for river rejuvenation, meetings with government officials, papers to be followed up on, options for solid waste management with the pros and cons for each for rural India. As he stood, he straightened the piles, already far neater than anything on my desk had ever been. He moved his pen from one edge of the table to the other, threw away a scrap of paper on which there was no more room to write notes. We had already had a prior conversation about the use of what is known as the Siddhis, magical powers. These abilities are those that come through deep and intense spiritual practice, sustained over many years and typically under the direction and grace of an enlightened master. Some may have Siddhis from early childhood or even birth, marks of a soul that has done great sadhana, spiritual practice, or in a past life and took another birth just to finish up some specific karma. Or in the case of the saints and enlightened beings, there are those who come back after death and, out of compassion and grace, take a physical form to help others. Siddhis are also gained through continuous recitation of certain mantras, along with esoteric yogic practices. These powers are, however, seen as distractions from the path, byproducts of intense sadhana, a temptation along the way, not the goal. There are, in fact, many stories of religious figures who, distracted by the Siddhis, ended up going astray and losing their way. So, while some may use them consciously and judiciously in order to increase faith in followers or convince a hardened scientific mind of the miracles of spirituality, typically masters avoid using the Siddhis they have or even speaking about them. In the first few months at my time at Paramarth, where I originally began helping Swamiji with correspondence, we would go through letter after letter quickly. I took notes in my own scribbled versions of shorthand. One day, toward the end of 1996, he received a letter from a young girl in Fiji filled with questions. She was paralyzed by anxiety, and her letter was a plea for help. I went through the questions one by one, reading them aloud to Swamiji and noting his answers. I worry about falling sick, she wrote. Take care of your health, serve others with dedication, and have faith in God, he responded, "Should I focus on my studies or try to find a husband? Study, my dear. You are still young. Enrich your mind so you may better serve the world. You will find a good husband in due course." I find myself panicked with fear about whether my parents will die in an accident or by natural death. Natural death. The pen dropped from my hands, and I froze. I raised my eyes to him. "Swamiji, this girl may be only a teenager now, but she trusts you so fully. If, even 40 years from now, her parents die in an accident, she will remember what you told her, and she will lose her faith. Are you sure you want me to write this?" Natural death. Move on. Next question. I couldn't move or lower my eyes from his face. "Do you know this, Swamiji?" I whispered. Next question. Move on. It was the first time I had ever seen him uncomfortable, not at full ease with the present moment and situation. He clearly did not want me to keep questioning him on how he knew or what he knew, but I couldn't stop myself. "Swamiji, please tell me, do you really know this?" He stood up. "We'll finish the letters tomorrow. Go now." That was my introduction to the concept of a Siddhi, explained to me later by one of the elder devotees, a woman from Jaipur. "He knows everything," she said. "However, he does not use these powers. He wants to keep us focused not on his miracles, but on the miracles of the divine, focused not on him as the doer, but on God." I said nothing more about the questions of the girl from Fiji, and simply mailed his letter to her as instructed. I did not mention the powers again until this day, a few years later, when I could not help myself. "You must tell me," I pleaded desperately. "It is really important for me to know if this all happened or if I just made it up in my imagination." Finally, amid arranging papers on his table, without looking up, he said, "You have forgiven him. That is your greatness." Swamiji turned and walked into the other room. I followed in a close pursuit, blinded by everything other than my need to know. "But did it happen, Swamiji? Did it actually happen? Are my memories correct?" He ignored me and repeated, "You have forgiven him. That is your greatness." "Swamiji, please," I begged. I was stuck. I was not interested in the subtleties of different levels of existence. I was not interested in the truth of our oneness and the illusion of separation between people. I was not interested in anything other than knowing on this very physical, real plane of existence. Had it happened or had it not? Relentlessly, I followed my guru from room to room as he moved about, picking up a file here, folding a shawl there, anything to avoid my pursuit. Finally, after the 4th or 5th time, I asked the same question. But did it really happen? In an increasingly obsessed frenzy, Swamiji turned around. In a moment of great compassion, mixed, I am sure, with great exasperation, met my eyes, and through my eyes bore into the deepest corners of my being. Matter-of-factly, he said, "To forgive something that did not happen is not so great." So that was it. The full lesson in 2 short sentences. It had happened, but that was not the important part. My lesson was not about what he had done, but about my own forgiveness. My lesson was rooted in forgiveness and greatness. I was not a victim. I was someone who had, given the opportunity, expanded enough to forgive. He neither condemned nor condoned my father's acts. He offered no sympathy, no process, no lap in which to cry or work out the turmoil of my mind. Nothing was relevant save my forgiveness and the way that seed of forgiveness was blossoming into a tree of greatness. The greatness of which he spoke was not a greatness of separate achievement. It was simply an opening, an expansion into a place where two became one, where the strong lines in between him and me, between perpetrator and victim, between doer and doee, between subject and object dissolved, and I was able, most of the time, to live free in each present moment, not as the victim of my rehearsed history. The teaching regarding forgiveness is complex and fraught with many yes, but... Yes, of course we should forgive as spiritual, compassionate beings, but doesn't that make us weak? How many times should we just keep forgiving while the world or specific individuals trample over us time and again? If we forgive, who will right the wrongs being done to us? We forgive because we need to be free. We forgive to expand the space and consciousness within ourselves. Holding on to pain, holding on to grudges constricts us. It defines who we are by thick lines. I am the one who was abused. I am the one who was wronged. I am the one who always gets the short end of the stick. I am the alcoholic, or I am the child of the alcoholic. The greatness of which Pujya Swamiji spoke was not an ego-defining greatness of me as a separate great being. It was an acknowledgement of what is able to flow through me when I surrender my attachment to the story, when I loosen the grip on my identity as the victim, into the space created by surrender, into the space created by awareness of the perfection of the universe. Grace and greatness flows. Thank you for listening. Now I understand why the universe had ensured such an exclusive audience for this precious reading. Concept of Siddhis, something only discussed in very specific circumstances. And the trauma that our author has gone through is triggering to many. I am sure that exactly those who needed to hear this chapter did tonight as we read, and no more. We'll pause our reading there for now and continue next time as we journey from Hollywood to the Himalayas. Namaste. Now thank you, dear Madre, for the rose that you sent as we read. Om Gham Jahnavyai Namaha. Welcome everyone who joined while we were reading. Now I believe that our live restriction is probably still up, but for those that did join, I know that our membership has increased, so I wonder, did you navigate here directly yourself? Did anyone just randomly scroll into this live stream? If you randomly scrolled into this live stream, this means that the restriction has been lifted. As I was mentioning earlier, I felt like we could restart the live as we got to the Manana section to ensure that everyone who has the possibility of benefiting from this community gets a chance of being here. All right, I think we can restart our live. So I'll be back in just a few minutes. But Lakonen asked, I'm always so smiling, could I show us my angry face? I am showing you my angry face. And that's what's so scary about it. If I'm angry at you, I will look at you in the exact same way I do if I'm happy with you. All right. I will be back. All right, this is part 2 of the live stream that we started today on the 25th of October 2024. The first part was restricted due to showing a documentary, which I guess the algorithm thought was unauthorized content, though we had permission. I will hopefully put both of these parts of the live stream together, so in the recording it should come as one, but this is technically the start of another live stream. So welcome. And again, allow me to set the intention for the space as an all-inclusive one, open to everyone regardless of background, identity, orientation, belief system, ethnicity, whatever we might divide ourselves with on the surface. Let us seek that unified core in which we are all one. Let us take refuge in each other's experiences as fellow students of life. Let us find connections, build bridges, uplift each other, and share positive sentiments. In a world so fraught with dissonance, let us harmonize. Welcome back, dear Phoenix Witch, Nyanjalo Pack, Alexandra, and hello, dear G2 Infinity. Welcome back, dear Maitreya. And thank you, Ragnhildar, for your TikTok. Om Dhyambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiyamamritat. That's the cucumber mantra. We are all like cucumbers. May we be all like cucumbers. Namaste, dear Sufi Siddhu. Welcome back, dear Gregarji. And hello, dear Mira. Welcome, dear Bubbles, again. So we have transitioned now into our manana. We can expand our space fully into inquiries into anything which may be on our hearts or minds, and I give you my full attention. May I be your servant. I also have a question of the day for everyone. Today, I ask of thee, what have you learned about the nature of forgiving? And I'd love to hear from you. There are certainly no wrong answers, nor is there necessarily one right one that I have in my mind. I am only delighted to be able to echo the wisdom of your life. Thank you, dear Babelfishy, for the pair of roses that you sent. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And dear green and purplish draken, thank you for your quintet of roses. Om Gamalir Mahakalikaye Namaha. Dear Maitreya, you share forgiveness is the best medicine. I like that. Up there with laughter. And if you can even laugh while you're forgiving, even better. Maybe not at the person you're forgiving, but with yourself in the lightness of the circumstance. But not forget. No. We can always remember what has happened so that history does not repeat itself. And yes, dear Maitreya, I'm very grateful to have your show and tell added to the list. We've had a long list so far, which is a first, and I really love that. There's so much to share. Dear Sufi Siddhu, you ask, how can you bring your attention back to you from this exciting election? Remember that the true election that matters is the one that takes place every moment, whether you wish to act on behalf of fear or love. Let this election be the one that steals your attention. And may you always elect the official of love within your heart to flourish and govern your mind and body. Dear Thomas, you point out that forgiveness is the way by which you take control of your life. I love that. It's not about releasing control, but actually gaining control of something much more subtle. And Steph, you point out the difficulty of forgiveness when it's something that continues to happen as the pain lingers and restarts itself. Very true. Something to consider. Dear Kev, thank you for the heart me that you sent. Namah Shivaya. And dear Sufi Siddhu, thank you for your trio of roses. Jaya Sitaram. Dear Babblefishy, you share that you think forgiving yourself for not knowing better until you did know better will be a lifelong journey. Yes, a process rather than a destination. And it's hard to forgive yourself. Very true, dear Love Writing. And dear Thomas, you empower forgiveness such that if someone trespasses against you and you forgive, you've changed yourself from a victim into an active agent in the world. I love that. Dear Mira, you share that forgiveness lightens the heart. The one who is forgiven doesn't have to know. It's on the forgiver. How true. I look forward to listening to the songs you shared, dear Maitreya. Dear Bubbles, you share that forgiveness is virtuous when it comes from the place of loving compassion. Wonderfully spoken, dear Bubbles. And how these words of wisdom just bubble up to the surface within your mind is an inspiration to us all. Phoenix Witch, you share that forgiveness is a permission to lay down the weight that doesn't belong to you, and also the weight that does. Om Namah Shivaya. Neon Jello Pack, you share that in letting go, forgiveness encourages the release of negative emotions and attachments. Dear Maitreya, you ask about me. What have I learned about the nature of forgiveness? That forgiveness is such a high vibration that even that act can begin to create changes in those that we forgive, whether we tell them or not. Forgiveness has the power to create seeds of change in the world on a subatomic level. That it's so liberating, shares Ragnhildar. Indeed. Neon Jello Pack, you shared opens pathways to wholeness by transforming pain into lessons learned. The Dastu. Thank you, dear Viber Zero, for the heartbeat team bracelet that you sent. Om Kamalir Maha Kalikaye Namaha. Dear Thomas, you share that people rise to the level of expectations, and forgiveness gives the next move back to the forgiven. How beautiful. And dear Phoenix Witch, you feel like you have to say that forgiveness doesn't mean you don't have boundaries. 100%. See, we have to be the ones that decide what forgiveness means, and not the people who wish to be forgiven. And unfortunately, a lot of our understanding of forgiveness is based on what people want forgiveness to look like, because they feel guilty. That they come to you and say, oh, please forgive me. And what they imply is that they want you to let them back in your life. But forgiveness, you can never talk to them ever again. Never even know that, never even give them the knowledge that you have forgiven them. Forgiveness can come along with the setting of a boundary and with the consequences that come with boundaries being crossed. Forgiveness simply means that you release yourself from the ideation of constantly thinking about the pain, and rather you surrender that to the universe, and you trust in yourself to use that experience to be able to create positive change within your life, as it's up to you to decide what you do with the journey you've had thus far. Forgiveness is a surrender into the trust to make a difference. Now that you release this pain and agony back into the void. Hello, dear Mariham. Namaste. Dear Ushambai, you share, in forgiveness there is also forgetting the pain, just remembering without identifying anymore. Well said, dear Usha. Billy, you share, it's easier to forgive when you see them as a person with feelings and a history. It gives perspective, indeed, to know that if we had lived the same story that they had, perhaps we would be in the same situation that they find themselves in now. It doesn't justify it, of course, but allows us to understand from a point of connection that that could have been us. And yet, the free will to not be is also always there. And we cannot expect that decision to be made. That is their individual journey. We could only offer them the space to discover that themselves. Welcome, dear JP. Maitreya, you share that forgiveness to others and oneself is so freeing. Indeed. Dear Bubbles, you share that forgiveness is not always virtuous when it comes from a place of righteousness. That is also a very important point to consider. That when someone is feeling disempowered themselves, and we identify with the empowerment that we give back to them in our forgiveness, that inflates our own sense of control over others. And so there is an amount of humility that comes along with the forgiveness, where that forgiveness is a grace for us to be able to give, and that grace is a gift to us to be at that place where we're ready to. Namaste, dear Anazak. Mystical Wonder, you share that forgiveness is a powerful release that frees us from the weight of past hurt. I love that. And Maitreya, you share the eyes are the key to the soul. Neon Jello Pack, you share in some cases it's an opportunity to grow closer and understand each other more deeply. When you meet each other with compassion, especially if there's still a future ahead, like between lovers or or family members that still have a responsibility together. Billy, you point out in such precise terms that we can forgive the person without forgiving the act. Well said. And I'm happy you see that possibility for more young men, dear Gold Star. Dear Neon Jello Pack. Oh, this is the same comment I read. My eye was drawn back to it. I guess it's just such a powerful sentiment of seeing it as an opportunity to understand each other more deeply. Namaste, dear Joseph. Happy to have a fellow student in the path of life, such as myself here. Dear Timentes, if I can pronounce your name better, do let me know. You ask about thoughts on desire. Desire gets a bad rep in the spiritual journey because some people say you should eliminate all desires, but I say only the selfish ones should be understood and patiently waited through. A desire is an exponential creature. If you give energy to it, then it will return with even more energy next time. And by energy that it comes with, I mean the strength of the urge itself. If you patiently await the desire without giving your own energy to it, then it will return with less of an urge for you to pursue it. So you ask yourself, with any desire, imagine the urge to pursue this desire kept increasing. Should I pursue it or should I wait it out? If I wait it out, then that means it won't return with as much strength. If I pursue it, then that means it will. What are the desires that should continue to increase within our hearts? And what are the desires that it would be better if not? For the desires in our heart, for love and compassion, and for the liberation of suffering from the people in this world, we should absolutely continue to pursue those desires and let that urge to pursue selfless endeavors continue to increase in our life. And as we continue to let go of selfish desires, the ones that are only centered on serving this body and this mind and the temporary pleasures, then we free up so much more space to be fulfilled in ways that actually bring us to the truth of our existence, the unified divinity within the humanity, the animality, all the plants and fungi and microbes of this world and the universe at large. Thank you, dear Anazek, for your heart, me, and friendship necklace. Om Sum Suryaya Namaha. And dear Medini, thank you for your baby penguin. Yippee! Dear Orla, you ask, what can help us deepen our ability for forgiveness? I suppose by recognizing just how much freedom it creates within the system for even more love and peace. Dear Sufi Siddhu, you ask of the nature of forgiving ourselves before we are able to share it in its truest form to so-called others. How can we be beyond the thought if forgiveness? I feel the essence of your comment come through, despite perhaps some language barriers. We must forgive ourselves before we can forgive others. Thus the duality between us and them gets dissolved Dear Loopy Lane, you ask if the eyes are the key to the soul, how does that translate to blindness? This is where the analogy does no longer fit. Then their ears become the gateway to the soul. That way we can include everyone of different abilities, the differently abled. It's not to say that those who have some visual impairment don't have as connected of a soul to you. It is just that that connection is forged in a different way through other senses, like sound or touch, for example. Every sense can be a gateway to the soul because it is an intermediary between our world and the spirit we call soul or consciousness. Sometimes a lock may have multiple keys. Eyes are just one key that fits the lock of soul-to-soul connection. Thank you, dear Madeni love, for the flowers that you sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And little Potato Sam, thank you for the flowers. Om Bharam Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. And dear Nunya Bismuth, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Dear Maitreya, you point out that forgiveness draws people together, while letting anger get the better of you pushes people away. Very true. And dear Lakonen, you share if one wants to forgive, but isn't sure if it's forgiven, is it still forgiven? Sometimes we may have residual thought patterns, behavioral patterns, or matters of speech that continue to linger. Even though we have successfully forgiven, we say something that is just so ingrained in ourselves that the remnants of the identity of a victim still remain. And as soon as we become aware of those remnants, they should dissolve instantly. And this is the difference between forgiveness actually happening or not. If, on becoming aware that we're still engaging in old behavioral patterns, that pattern dissolves instantaneously at the heightened awareness, then you have truly forgiven. If, however, that pain continues to linger and we continue falling into that very same pattern, then there is still more forgiveness to do. And dear Phoenix Witch, you point out that it's also okay if you're not in a space to forgive right now. Just knowing you are. It's your journey. Absolutely. You may forgive precisely when you are ready. Dear Neon Jello Pack, you share that forgiveness encourages acceptance of our experiences as a part of a larger journey, which can be very grounding. I love that. Well said. Namaste, dear Anna. Dear Billy, it seems as though the second part of your comment has come through, but I'm not sure if the first one has. I do apologize, as I'm losing the context of the whole message, which surely comes from your heart. My goodness. Let us take a moment to extend gratitude to Jarrett, who sent a subscription to so many people here and those in the community not currently present. Thank you, dear Jarrett, for sending a subscription to Andrea, Meadow in the Forest, Nunya Bismuth, OP Productions, Griffin Berrybutt, that is, Auntie, Nali 1361, Amira Khan, CDJA 13, Annika's World, pardon me, Amy, Nova Scotia Realtor, All Divine Maze, Rico, Monica, Son of Rocha, G to Infinity, Z-Boss, Kevin Light, Hippie Heart Sherry, Sarah, Hairspray Betty, Kristen Bujorian, Desolate Creature, Romy Lee, Laura R, Aridana, Andrea Puerto Capel, Jaden, Ace, Inevitable, Steph, Phoenix Witch, Randall Kisk, Jill, Tom, Anrola, Pate, Greg RG, Thumbs 1959, Layla, Sheila Magno, Sage and Freja, Haley Queen, someone with a Cyrillic name I wouldn't know how to pronounce, Hare Krishna, TT, Annie MJ, Rob, Josie, Swa, Sovereign Psychophant, Raduan, I'm sure I could pronounce many of these names better, Tan Hao Yu, Marie, Maya, Melissa, Ayla White, Isa, Green and Purplish Dragon, Gem Life, Ashley, Casey the Dollar, Bodhisattva, Shane, Adam, Kyra, Chloe, Maggie, Eminem. I think my phone is vibrating. One moment. I have an alarm to turn off. But my goodness. Perhaps it was time for a breather. When will this list... when will this list end? My goodness. ... Stormy Ariel, Salty, Sky Guardian, Little Potato Sam, Annie, Spencerius, Karin, Corsican, User 790, Ryan, Shar, Caitlin B, Divinity, Dawson, Medini Love, and Bacania. Wow. Even the phone went happy, shares Anna. That's funny. I don't know what to say to such a generous extension of your gratitude, dear Garrett, or Jared. I'm sorry. The very least, I should say your name right. Thank you, Jared. I hope everyone who you gifted a subscription to enjoys the little sticker pack that comes with it, and the icon or the little tag that comes with your name, and the emoji. I really hope that they get the most use out of it, and that I may be able to serve them just as you feel I have the capacity to. May I be able to learn from them also as we continue on this path of life, to understand the beauty that truly is within everything, and all the pain we have to transform into something more bountiful. Thank you, dear Jarrett. May we continue to make this world a better place, one heart at a time. Om Ham Jum Saha Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Om Dhyambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiyamamritat Om Swaha Bhuvaha Bhuhu Om Saha Jum Ham Om. Also, thank you, dear Tan Hao Yu. I have to scroll up to go all the way up to the top to see what you gifted me now. It was a heart meet. Thank you for that heart me, dear Tan Hao Yu. Radhe Radhe. And dear Phoenix Witch, thank you for the subscription that you sent too. I am grateful to have your presence here, and I look forward to sharing the journey that we have together as well. Ram Ram Tatvam Asi. Thank you for your septet of roses. Hariom Tatsat. Nanya Bismuth, thank you for the good night. Jaya Sintaram. Dear Ushabai, thank you for the hanging lights. Om Bharam Hanumate Namaha. And thank you, Jarrett, for a supplementary heart me. And back to the question of the day. Dear Hihi, you share that you can forgive but gain boundaries. You don't have to be in a cycle of mistreatment. Oh wait, I put the emphasis on the wrong part of that sentence. You can forgive but gain boundaries. You don't have to be in a cycle of mistreatment. Indeed. This is crucial. I agree. Tatwamasi, you share that when you forgive, there's a chance to realize where you came from and revisit your thinking. Dear Georgia, you wonder, what is the question? Question of the day today is, what have you learned about the nature of forgiving? Dear Phoenix Witch, you share that you just closed your eyes and saw all of us sitting around a glowing willow tree. Thought you'd share. Thank you for sharing. What a beautiful image. I love willow trees. They are certainly some of the most majestic, with all of their branches hanging down like vines. And maybe one day it will come true. Dear Billy, happy to hear that your phone is recharged. That seems to happen often. Quite alright, I apologize for the disconnect. Did I see your comment on the first part that didn't appear the first time? Allow me to scroll up to see if I can find it again. I do see it now. Forgiving doesn't negate the effect it had on you. For example, you forgave your mom for hurting you as a child, but it doesn't change the fact that it had a very traumatic effect on your brain. Yes, well said. It does not invalidate the state in which you are now. Thank you. Thank you for finding beauty in another, dear Makito. Dear Maitreya, you ask about one of the stickers that comes with a subscription. That is close to Ram indeed. It starts with the same two symbols, the R and the prolonged A, but it ends in Dhi. So altogether it's Radhe, the vocative form of the Divine Mother, Radha. Just as in English you might say, "Oh Mother," in Sanskrit you might say, Radhe. It is said that Radha is the bestower of Premananda, divine bliss. So we call upon her, Radhe Radhe, to bestow that bliss. Dear Gregorji, you ask, how do you say, "Oh brother," in Sanskrit? That's a good question. Brother is Bhai, B-H-A-I, Bhai. How you turn that into a vocative form, I am not sure. At the very least, you can just prolong the ending sound and you can say Bhai, Bye. Yeah, I'd have to reflect on the case endings of the vocative form. There's a very precise grammatical system for changing the final vowel sounds at the end of a word to turn it into its different grammatical cases. There are multiple forms for brother. There's brata, which is actually that's the one where we get the word brother in English. I should have used that one, shouldn't I? Brata. That one I know how to turn into a vocative form. It's I think it's exactly as it is. Brata. Pretty sure if the word ends in a and it's masculine, then its vocative form is exactly as it is. It remains unchanged. Brata. You have to rest, dear Neon Jello Pack. Yes, do rest before I burden your mind with grammar. Oh, grammar. I shall not confound your mind any longer. Please get some rest. Dear Georgette, you share that in forgiving others for a wrong, you have learned that it's imperative because in doing so you forgive yourself. Absolutely. You forgive yourself for being in that situation, for the way in which you have dealt with it and the state in which you exist now because of it. It is truly a forgiving of yourself. And welcome, dear MJ. Now, if you wanted to say O Sanghi, I think that would be O Sanghe. S-A-N-G-H-E. O Sanghe. Dear Miss Mo, you ask for a tidbit of wisdom on moving after 9 years. You're scared. Remember that you're moving with your home. You're not leaving your home behind. You take that home with you. That's why we move stuff. All of the things that we love, because that's what makes it home. If you returned to your home one day and all the stuff was gone, and all of the emotions were no longer associated with anything in the house, it wouldn't feel like home. It might physically be the same spot on earth that you returned to, but it's not home unless it contains the things that we feel are part of our home. And you are either bringing all of those things with you, or you will create them again once you get to your destination. Thus, you will still be home. Now, of course, there will be an adjustment period, that's for sure. But you will never be without your home. Your true home is in your heart. That's why they say home is where the heart is. You can interpret it in two ways. You can say that wherever you feel your heart, that is home. So if you're with someone and that person, in their presence, you feel your heart, your emotional, your spiritual heart, then you say that that person is your home. Or we can flip it and we can say that home is in your heart. And that means if you feel your heart when you're with your friend, then that means your friend is in your heart. Now you're in contact with something in your heart. So if you let your heart contain everything that you go to, then you bring that home everywhere you go. And I like what you shared, dear Hee Hee. Think of all the positives too. You can start with a blank canvas. You love decorating rooms. Isn't that fun? Now you get to decide how you want to make your space your own. Sometimes we become complacent with some of the possibilities that could manifest, but when given a new opportunity such as this, we should take advantage of that to bring out things that we've been wanting to for a while but haven't done yet. Dear Gagarji, can I tell you about that yantra? Looks like the Kali yantra. Yantra is similar to a mantra. Almost everyone's heard of a mantra, but almost no one's heard of a yantra. Some people have heard of a tantra, or as they may call it, a tantra. Mantras are the sound form of meditation, the sound form of sadhana, of spiritual practice. A yantra is the image form of meditation, of sadhana. Doing mantra meditation means meditating on a sound. Yantra meditation means meditating on an image. And there are many so-called yantras that have been created for specific purposes. That one that I've included in the sticker pack is for Kali. Ah, that's an interesting connection, dear Tattvamasi. You share with the root man, being mind, tan, body. What is the root of yan? It's fascinating. I'm not sure how to take that approach. Very interesting. Yes, the tantric portion, the tantra, is the part of sadhana for your physical body and all of the different rituals that it might be involved in. That's a very clever connection. What is the root yan? I'm not sure. Maybe we could find out by looking up yanas. Vehicle. Yana is a vehicle. Let's see if there are other definitions of this root. That seems pretty accurate, because one of the definitions is the vehicle of a tantric practice. We were just talking about its rhyme scheme with tantra. In this case, the vehicle would refer to not your body, but the image itself, which takes you to the divine. Now thank you, dear MJ, for the rose and paper crane that you sent. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. Dear Maitreya, thank you for your pair of roses too. Jai Sitaram. That's right, dear Billy. Body is the vehicle of soul. Miss Moore, I am losing the context a little bit to which this question was asked, but soul or spirit, whenever you're in this live stream, know that I use them interchangeably. Others may use them for more specific purposes. You know, we got to give synonyms a reason why there's different words for two things that mean practically the same thing. I think we do that a lot with our vocabulary. We have two words that really mean the same thing, but we just come up with reasons for having two different words. It's like we got to make the most use out of the differences. And I respect that. But on the spiritual path, you'll find a unification of so many words. Spirit, soul, awareness, witness, consciousness, perceiver, experiencer, knower, source, God, love. All of these things are synonymous. Though we use them colloquially in different contexts, they all point to the same thing. That thing which is not a thing, the subject of all things. Dear Greg RG, you point out that some religions talk about the world being sung into existence like a mantra. And if Yantra is a physical mantra, our bodies are like Bhagavan's Yantra. Oh, how profound that is. Thank you, dear Greg RG. Dear Georgia, you ask, can you leave your body in meditation? You are already in a position where you've left your body. You never were in the body. The body was in you. You can see your feet, your ankles, your knees, your legs. You can see your hips, your tummy, your chest, your shoulders, your arms. You can see your nose. You can see your cheeks if you're smiling. You can see the back of your eyelids. You can hear your tummy rumble, your heart beat, your lungs breathe. You can smell if you need to shower. You know if there's, you can taste if you need to brush your teeth. You can feel the presence of your whole body. Your body is contained within the senses. We just have to recognize that it's like that the whole time. This whole time, our body is within our senses. And all of our senses are known through the mind. Since we can think about any object of any sense, we can think about what we're seeing, what we're hearing, what we're smelling, what we're tasting, what we're feeling. That means all of the senses are in the mind. And all of the thoughts in our mind occur to us as consciousness. So the mind is within consciousness. So in the consciousness, we find the body, and not the other way around. The scientists have it the other way around. They think that the consciousness is in the mind, and the mind is in the senses, and the senses are in the body, and the body is in the world. But in meditation, you slowly realize that we've got it backwards. Actually, the world is in the body. The body is in the senses. The senses are in the mind, and the mind is in the consciousness. And as consciousness, you contain it all. So talk about leaving the body. You never were in the body. How can you leave something you were never in? You just have to recognize you're already outside of it. And thank you, dear Anazek, for the finger heart that you shared. Om Gang Ganapataye Namaha. And dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your 9 roses. Om Namah Shivaya. Good morning, dear Mirna. Miss Moll, you ask, do I ever get exhausted trying to make sense of the layers of existence being a seeker? I used to, until I realized that it wasn't my job as a seeker to make sense of it. When someone has become a really great seeker, we call them a mystic. Not because they found the solution to the mystery, but because they've discovered how mystifying it is to be without an answer. We call mystics mystics because they are mystified, not because they've solved the mystery. To truly be a mystic means that, exactly as you said, you find magic in the unknown. You don't have to know how this universe works to be here. You don't have to know the ultimate truth of your being to be kind. Just being here and being kind is part of what it means to be enough. Just as you are. Dear Lakon, and you share you have so bad posture to sit. Me too. So, is it as good to meditate lying flat on the floor? It is all right to meditate in any position. The danger is just falling asleep. What you want to do is sit in a position that's simultaneously comfortable, but not so comfortable that you fall asleep. Because the idea is to wake up, not fall asleep. If you lay flat on the floor, there's a good chance you're going to fall asleep. If you can have a position, even if you just support your back in some way, or if you lean on something, or you lean over something, just keep your head unsupported. Unless, of course, you have some medical reason for keeping your head supported. At the very least, constantly be keeping your head up. That's why it's so hard to fall asleep when your head's always bobbing, right? It instantly wakes you back up. If you're meditating and your head's up, and your head bobs, oh, and then you wake back up. But if you're falling asleep and while laying down, you're not going to wake back up. You're going to stay like that. And then you're going to wake up in the morning and go, oh, that was a great sleep, but probably not a very good meditation. Or a very good meditation, depending on how you look at it. Thank you, dear Anna, for the TGIF that you sent. Is it Friday today? I don't even know. It is Friday. Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. It is malt again. You share that it was a little too fast for you. Can I repeat the order of body and mind? Absolutely. A Sangha only moves as fast as the how shall I word this? A Sangha only moves at the speed of the person who takes the longest time to appreciate every detail. A Sangha should be basically the opposite of Western school, that moves according to the speed of the smartest students, the fastest students. A Sangha should go no further than the ones who take the longest to understand. No one gets left behind. And that gives everyone else the benefit of going deeper themselves into this point. This is something you don't have to memorize. This is something that you can discover in meditation. If you ever wonder where I get 90% of the things I'm saying, what book says that so I can figure it out? The book of your heart says that. I wish to give the Yam guarantee that What I share should be intersubjectively verifiable, that all you have to do is go deep within your own experience and you discover the exact same thing. That way, I have no authority over anyone else. That way, what we share is something for you to discover within your own experience. And in your own experience, you can ask the question, how do I know everything in this world? To whom does the world occur to? Well, the world, everything that I know of this world, in this world, it occurs through my eyes, through my ears, through my mouth, through my nose, and through the neurons embedded in my skin. That's my body. Everything I know of this world comes from my body, which means the truth of my experience is that what I call as the world is contained by my body. It doesn't seem like it, doesn't it? It seems like the world contains our body, and that's what we have been led to believe. But if you look at it from the inside out, from your true perspective, then you discover this, that truly, what I call as the world, I would not know without this body. Therefore, this world cannot exist without this body. This world as it occurs to me, whatever I am, everything I know of this world has come from this body. Think about that. It has come from the body. Everything you see, everything you hear, everything you taste, everything you smell, everything you touch, all of that experience comes from the body. It just appears to exist outside of it. But don't let appearances deceive you. The truth is, the experience is generated by the body. And you ask, where do I know these senses? How do I know of sight, know of sound, know of taste, know of smell, know of touch or feeling? To whom do the senses occur? You will discover that everything that you know of in the form of sight, sound, taste, smell, touch, you know of it through your mind, through thinking about things. So the senses come from the mind. They come from the mind. That you could not have an experience of sound, of sight, of taste, of smell, or touch without a mind. If there's no one to think about what you're experiencing through the senses, then how can we truly have an experience at all? If you ask, where does the mind come from? To whom do the thoughts occur to? The consciousness is the answer. That all thoughts you've had, you have known through your consciousness. Therefore, the mind comes from consciousness. From consciousness appears the mind. From the mind appears the senses. From the senses appears the body. And from the body appears the world. There are other layers in between too, but that's a simplification. just by understanding this is enough to be liberated. Don't worry about all these fancy techniques to reach any sort of enlightenment. If you just contemplate on what that truly means, then there's no more suffering. Because then, who suffers? You see suffering in the world, all right. The world is a part of you. You are something more. Suffering in the body, okay. Body is a part of you. You are something more. Suffering in the mind, okay. Mind is a part of you. You are something more. You have a disability, okay. Disability is a part of you, and you are something more. Dear Billy, you share that's how you feel about what happens after we die. Mystified. You share you don't need to know till it happens. But the tricky thing about that is that no one dies enlightened. No one is born enlightened. Enlightenment must occur while we are alive, because a conscious process is required to realize this. Death is the undoing of conscious processes. This will not happen naturally unless you have very specific circumstances upon death. If we wait until we die, then we still bring more suffering into this world without having realized it yet. The selfless thing to do is work on this today, not tomorrow, not next life, today, right now. Because as long as we are prolonging our enlightenment, the longer that, unfortunately, we are adding to the suffering of this world. Now, not all at once. It's not like we are only doing harm. We are doing a lot of good. And you are a wonderful person, dear Billy. Don't let anyone fool you otherwise. But still, we have our own things that we are going through, and we still make mistakes as people, and that's okay. But if we continue to pursue understanding of the fact that all of this is contained within you now, then there is no prolonging of suffering of any kind unnecessarily. All traumas dissolve instantaneously in that space of understanding. No further generational trauma could get passed on. No more defensiveness at something that is being triggered. No more pain due to the empathy of your heart in the world around you. It all gets dissolved. Now, you meant that you didn't need to know what happens after we die, until you die. It wasn't related to enlightenment. Ah, I see. I see. That makes me happy to hear. Yes. I don't want anyone delaying their enlightenment when that's a possibility that can create so much love now. Now, you also asked, what is enlightenment? Enlightenment is just that. To be illumined by the understanding that you are not a separate entity that exists as a small subset of the universe. That the universe is a small subset of your infinite being. It is freedom from suffering that comes from the notion of a limited identity. When you know you're a part of something great, that this experience is a part of a grand infinite reality, which is your true essence. If you stub your toe, doesn't matter. If you have a tummy ache, it doesn't matter so much. Even the suffering that appears around the world, the agony that we unnecessarily put ourselves through in response to that doesn't matter. Because what only matters is what's made possible. The ways in which existence is limited no longer matters. Your focus is no longer on what shouldn't be or what should be, but what can be and is already becoming. Now, thank you, dear Neo, for the horror candles that you sent a few minutes ago. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. And dear Ragnhildr, thank you for the swan. Om Bharam Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Dear David, thank you for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. And it is malt again. Thank you for your rosa. Jaya Sitaram. Namaste, Amma. And Starlight Wow, thank you for your flowers. Om Namah Shivaya. Starlight Wow, you point that suffering is so intertwined with spirituality, isn't it? Indeed. Whether we like to acknowledge it or not, suffering is the ultimate motivator for a spiritual journey. Because if you're always feeling pleasant, you never ask the deeper questions. It was only after Siddhartha Gautama left his kingdom, the palace walls, and saw the suffering, was he inspired to ask about the nature of enlightenment. He didn't realize that there was such a possibility until he experienced that suffering. You know, no one pursues spirituality because they woke up in a good mood. We pursue spirituality because we wake up to the fact that we've been in a bad mood for too long. No one goes, man, I'm feeling great, you know? I want to dedicate myself to the spiritual practice. We go, oh my goodness, I've had enough. I'm going to dedicate myself to the spiritual practice. Thank you, dear David, for the Day of the Dead. Om Kamlir Mahakalikaye Namaha. That's very beautiful, Irene. It's very inspiring that even through such a difficult circumstance that you have faced, you have found that meaning exists everywhere, including the moments where we don't feel like it does. Thank you, dear Nick, for the sunglasses you sent to him. Kali Maha Kali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Maitreya, you ask, how can one cultivate spiritual awareness? Well, the irony is that awareness is spirit, and there's no need to cultivate that which you are. But I understand that we're using awareness in terms of spirituality. Spirituality means everything in reference to the spirit. Everything exists relative to spirit, but we are not consciously aware of that relationship. To make something spiritual just means to make it a conscious relationship with spirit. Its existence is already dependent on spirit, that doesn't change, but now it becomes a conscious process. For example, you hold the door open for someone. It's not spiritual when we just do it because we feel like we have to, or that we're going to get yelled at if we don't, and we don't want to have to deal with that, or we'll feel guilty if we don't because we have these moral values that we identify with. Holding the door for someone only becomes spiritual when we realize how this act is related to spirit. And there are many ways of coming to that. We can look at it metaphorically. We can say, I am opening the door for spirit to flow through. And we could look at it pragmatically. Spirit that I am is servant to the world. I do this in reference to the service that I can provide as my identity true. You can look at it logically, that because I am spirit, the very same spirit before me in the form of this person, then I hold the door open for thee as an understanding that we are one. In each of these ways, and there are many others, we have connected the action in some way to spirit. Then the act becomes spiritual. And you gain merit from that. Every moment becomes purposeful and meaningful when it becomes connected to spirit. Even the most mundane thing. Then it's not about chasing experiences, so-called spiritual experiences that are dramatic and you know, give you all these magical visions and revelations. Just holding the door open for spirit to flow through. That can be the most magical moment, the most rewarding moment, the most meaningful moment. Whatever we do, we can cultivate spiritual awareness by being aware of how this activity relates to spirit. I like that, dear Greg Arjeet. That's God walking through the door, so I humbly offer this to them. Truly. It sounds funny, and this is a great revelation, but I want us all to remember what you said, dear Greg Arjeet, the next time we have to hold the door open for someone, even if we don't fully vibe with it yet. Just try it, and then you'll see how meaningful it is. And you go, haha, I'm holding the door open for God. And then they walk through. And then after a while, after that experience has really settled in the subconscious, I am sure that a deep part will feel, you know, I kind of enjoyed that. I liked imagining that that was God walking through. And then the practicality becomes realizable. We start with a theoretical understanding, then we change our behavior to reflect that, and then we realize the merit of doing so once we've processed that experience. And you fall in love with it. Yes, dear Joey Bowie. You are welcome to share whatever is on your mind. Dear Irene shares perhaps one of the most humbling comments. I thank my Lord for not having cancer when I was young. I'm 77. I have no more reason to live longer. The beauty of this is that you've rephrased it. Instead of asking, "Oh Lord, why have you forsaken me after so long of being your child?" Now you've completely reframed the exact same situation in terms of a grace. "Oh Lord, thank you for blessing my life until now with health, and now given me this challenge at a time in which I've already lived my life." That is such a beautiful perspective. Thank you for sharing that. And of the experiences that are still destined for you, nonetheless, I still wish you prosperity in these years, months, weeks, whatever. This present moment and the nature of its continuity for you. My heart is with you. I love you too. Now Maitreya is off to dreaming realm. May you have meaningful dreams and a restful sleep. Good night. And I like that, Maitreya. Remember, y'all, give thanks to life, and all you guys are too blessed to be stressed. Thank you. And thank you, Starlight Wow, for the naughty chicken that you sent. We love a good naughty chicken. We love a naughty chick. Wait a second. May you always look both ways before you cross the road. Joey, you share life has hit you hard more now than ever, and if you can't learn self-forgiveness, you don't know how to be present. You can. You always have that possibility. There's no alternative, really. You can delay it, but at some point this lesson will come, that's for sure. You've tried for years. Sounds like the first step is to forgive yourself for how long it's taken to discover forgiveness. That's the irony of forgiveness, is that you can be so hard on yourself for not forgiving. Why don't you start with that? We'll leave the other things that you have to forgive yourself for another time. Just start with the fact that you feel expected to forgive. If you haven't been ready for that, forgive yourself for not being ready yet. And paradoxically, then you've begun the journey of forgiveness. I will continue with that thought. I'll read what you have to say. That it's easy to forgive others, but you can't seem to grasp the concept of self-forgiveness. Maybe that made sense. And as we truly forgive ourselves, we truly forgive others in the process. And vice versa. When there becomes some universal law or virtue, we often forget to really make it universal. Universal means meta. For example, when people say that it's a universal truth that to accept yourself means to be happy, people say, oh, I just can't accept myself no matter how hard I try. Well, have you accepted the fact that it's difficult to accept yourself? Have you accepted the fact that acceptance takes time? When people say, when you should meditate, you should try to allow all your thoughts to be, they forget that they should allow the challenges that come in the form of thoughts in reference to that very thought. You know, I try to allow my thoughts, but I just can't. Well, have you allowed that that's a thought that you can think? We have to keep zooming out. And make it a truth on all levels. And thank you, 1 is the loneliest number, 001 for the ice cream cone. It's also the most communal number because we are all one. So you will find everybody within that one. Om Som Somaya Namaha. And dear Jarrett, thank you for the interstellar gift. My goodness, that is a very generous expression of your appreciation. I really got to start making what I do with all of that a more transparent process. So far, I know that you've been trusting me and saying that I feed myself with it and I take care of my toiletries, etc. But you know, I would love for it to be a more interactive process, what we do with the donations that get sent here. I would love to collaborate on projects, ideas, maybe even charities and humanitarian movements. That would make me feel a lot better receiving such generosity. To be sure that there is a process of giving back, as I certainly wish to do. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudrah Prachodayat. And also, I think raising funds for community members too. I know there's a lot of people here that come from backgrounds that are very challenging, and I would love to somehow extend support to Sangis very directly in those ways too. Just the beginning of a thought that we can expand on as we continue in this community. Thank you, dear Anazek, for the finger heart that you sent. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And dear Dob Darker, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. It's very understandable, Flor. Joey Boy, you share, that's your issue though. You forgive others always as if it was you in their shoes, but you can't do the same for you. Well, you've seen yourself in their shoes. Then imagine them in your shoes. You would want them to forgive themselves, wouldn't you? I think that's also a point that people forget. We want others to feel loved, and so we love them. And we might struggle with loving ourselves. Don't we want them to love themselves too? We can teach them how to love by loving them. But we can teach them how to love themselves by loving ourselves. I know this is subtly different than the point at hand, but I'll circle back around analogously. A child looks up to their parents to learn how to do everything. The love that they receive from their parents teaches them how they can love others. But it does not teach them how to love themselves. Only by watching their parents take time for themselves, respect their own bodies and minds, does a child learn how to respect their own. So too, if we wish to be a role model for those whom we may so easily forgive, then it's also up to us to show the world what it's like to forgive yourself. Then it too becomes selfless. So many people struggle taking care of themselves. We can't help them with that directly, but we can take care of ourselves to show them what that's like. And that's the most we can do, as the rest is up to them. Thank you, Tattvamasi, for the trio of roses you sent too. Om Dum Durgai Namaha. And thank you, Inevitable, for your trio of roses too. Jaya Sitaram. Thank you, Haley Queen, for your heart main. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear Steffi, thank you for your heart main. Om Ram Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. It's not selfish to forgive yourself. Because if you don't forgive yourself, then that pain will continue to slip from time to time into those around us, although we do not intend so. But it's true. Whatever comes from someone is a reflection of what's within. We may have a lot of peace already within ourselves, and that's wonderful. But even a little bit of pain still in our heart that we hold on to comes out from time to time, and unfortunately affects those. Fortunately, the more progress we make, the less often that happens, and the more trust we should already have to heal that or affirm that we didn't intend to cause pain. So forgiveness is necessary in that level too. That we free ourselves up of that space to make more room to share from a platform of love and peace. We cannot truly and entirely sincerely bring love to others if we don't already cultivate that essence within ourselves. Before that point, although it's still a good thing to be kind and loving and compassionate, there's still a trace of it that's attached to our limited identity that we hold on to. For example, many people who have experienced trauma become people pleasers, not just because they find beauty in being able to serve others, but because there's still fear that if they don't, then somehow they might get hurt again like they did in their childhood or abusive past relationship. That not all of that kindness comes from a place of love, because there's still pain that they're holding on to. Now, it's much better to be kind when you're in pain when you're not, but it's best to be kind when you're free of pain yourself. Of course, by free of pain, there is an understanding that there will always be something uncomfortable in life that we're dealing with, and that's life. But of the past that we have to move on from, then our actions become even more selfless. Like the way you put that, Marcus. Refinement never ends, but the efficiency at which we let ourselves grow can improve if we let it. I like that. And dear Irene, oh, you so powerfully put that pain becomes a tumor if you don't forgive yourself or others. A tumor is very symbolic. I believe, although I know there's many different types of tumors. A cancer tumor, for example, happens when one cell tries to take over the resources of the whole system. And it begins getting larger and larger through a series of non-stopping divisions. And each of these cells, too, are refusing to cooperate with the cells around them, and sometimes even damaging the cells around them in order to continue building a mass for itself. And we can see, too, that we are like cells in a large body we call the world, society, the ecosystem. And we can see that sometimes we also can act that way, where we're trying to make something for ourselves without cohesiveness with the relationships we have duties to. And we can truly have a wonderfully functioning larger system if we work together, just as if all the cells in our body work together instead of trying to take any resources just for itself. So if a healthy body means having cells that are working together, then a healthy society means people who are working together too. Thank you, Steffi, for the heartbeat and witchy kitty that you send. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. And thank you, Joey Bowie, for your quartet of roses and Rosa. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. That's funny. I'm happy to hear that, dear Robert. And that is a fascinating fact, isn't it, dear Marcus? Biologically speaking, you share, we all get cancer all the time, but our cells usually kill it. Indeed. In fact, all of us have something like that going on, at least somewhere. But our system is working to be able to set boundaries where they need to be with that cell and eject it out of the system to be able to be reused in another way, even back to Mother Earth, to life and all of its components. To transform that negativity into something more. I think that also is symbolic for a functioning society. That wherever there's negativity, we too have a duty to set boundaries where they need to be. If possible, try to amend the damage that is causing that within the individual. And take the experiences that are generating from there and use it to build something else. Jaderade, you point out that resentments and self-shame eventually manifest negatively in the body and mind. Absolutely. The thoughts we have shape our body. Every thought creates a vibration in the whole system. Knowing this, wouldn't you want to always create the highest and most sublime vibrations in your mind? If you truly believe that your thoughts shape your body, then my goodness, let this be the start of the rest of your life thinking only positively. And by the way, positively means you're not hard on yourself if you forget that fact too. Positively means, oh, I was being negative. Allow me to correct that now that I acknowledge it. Positive means, I notice that I'm falling back into negative patterns. Allow me to forgive myself in that moment and make the adjustment necessary. Positive does not mean no negativity. It means that we're constantly redirecting ourselves towards positivity. And whenever we forget, we go, okay, I'm happy that I remember now. No problem. Because true positivity isn't in the literal contents of your mind, but in what you choose to do with it. Your mind could be filled with all sorts of nasty thoughts. But if you choose to accept that that's the reality for you at the moment, and begin to direct your mind back to positive thoughts, even if it takes however long it takes, then that's true effort accomplished. Tattvamasi, you ask, how can we go beyond morality and talk about positive and negative? There is a moral charge behind our words that seem to refer to a duality. How shall I put this? There are two experiences happening simultaneously. There are two realities, part of our experience, happening simultaneously. There is the subject and there is the object. We don't realize it, but many of our words that we use to divide ultimately refer just to the object and the subject of our experience. The words that are in reference to the objects of our experience tend to pick up a negative connotation, but the words in reference to the subject of our experience pick up a positive connotation, like self and other, us versus them. There's spirit, the spiritual world, and the material world. These are pairs of opposites, grammatically speaking, but not true oppositional entities. Spirit does not have to oppose world. Us does not have to oppose them. Self does not have to oppose other. Positive does not have to oppose negative. Love does not have to oppose hate. There need not be any opposition in the duality of a vocabulary. We just must recognize that there are limitations and then there are possibilities. Negative words speak on behalf of limitations, but positive ones speak on behalf of possibilities. And every limitation is a possibility. When you confine an artist to a limitation, you unlock a possibility. If I say that I want you to create art and you can do anything you want, the possibilities seem too endless to actually embark on. But once a limitation is set, once you decide, okay, you're going to use the primary colors with this type of paint, and I want you to paint a scene that represents love. You've created a possibility at the same time the limitation was set to. So too, we talk negatively about the limitations of life, about what things people aren't doing and how they are struggling. But all of those limitations should also be seen as places of possibility, because that gives room for something to work on, for an achievement to be pursued. Dear Tattvamasi, you ask, but a limitation is one's judgment, isn't it? When I say the word limitation, I do not mean to imply that a judgment has been made, but that there is a border between something that is and something that is not yet. Like, for example, we say a seed is limited because it is not yet a tree, and so it cannot do the things that a tree can do. But the only reason we make that comparison is because we know that the possibility is there for that seed to become a tree. If we're speaking in terms of what it is not yet, then it is a limitation. If we speak in terms of what it could be and what it is already becoming, then that is the possibility. To use vocabulary that is based primarily around limitations, pointing out what things aren't, which you'll notice a lot of the world seems fixed in. If you turn on the news, it's a story about something that isn't. It's about something that should be happening but isn't. Something not happening. There's not a safe environment for kids to learn. There's not prosperity in this region of the world. There's not a lot of choice in this election. There's not this, there's not that. Most of the news that we see is not about what is. It's really about what isn't. And that basis in our language creates a sense of imprisonment, and we feel trapped in what isn't possible. But only if we understand that a limitation does not inherently preclude a possibility, then the world before us begins to change. First at the level of our perspective, and then that perspective manifests real change. It's entirely possible for us to look at the world differently just by changing our vocabulary in terms of possibilities rather than limitations. Suppose the news presents a tragedy that's happened, that there are people without food somewhere and starving. That story could be done in a different way. Instead of phrasing it like that, you could say, "Dear viewers, right now more than ever, there is something that can be done to make this world a place that has more people with food in their bellies. That opportunity has opened up to give. Right now, as we speak, someone could benefit." It's the exact same story. Exact same observation. But now, instead of describing what it isn't, we're describing what it is. Instead of saying what someone doesn't have, they are saying something that they could have that you do. And that empowers you. And it gives purpose to the story, rather than making you feel like something wrong is happening in this world. Now, I want to make an example of this. Dear Anna, you share that negativity is a limitation because it prevents our potential to keep ascending. It makes us stay in the same place. But notice, you've done the exact thing that we're talking about, because you phrased that in terms of a limitation. You have described what happens if we don't do something. You've described what isn't happening. We can rephrase this too. And this is an example of one of those things I was talking about earlier. How we can apply a teaching to itself, lest we forget. When we say find acceptance in everything, that means find acceptance even in the times where you feel like you can't find acceptance. Negativity, as we become aware of it, allows us to deepen our potential to keep ascending. And the more we understand our alternatives, then we progress every moment. Thank you, dear Adalberto, for the harmony that you sent. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. Dear Ushabai, you add that by crystallizing our personality, we can change our reality so disease can't recognize us anymore. That's beautiful. I like that. And exactly, dear Mirna, negativity allows us to. That's how we begin to rephrase that. And every time we discover ways in which we could have rephrased something, let that be a possibility too. Otherwise, we limit ourselves by feeling like I should have phrased things differently. But the less we think in terms of shoulds and shouldn'ts, and the more we think in terms of what ifs, then we make this moment into a process of creation, rather than something done and done with. The space of spiritual journey is all about asking the right questions. Directing our inquiry into the next possibility. And we truly become creators. By recognizing that just by bringing our attention, our awareness to a possibility, begins to manifest it, and all the energies begin to move in that direction, and we start seeing the path ahead. And slowly but surely, one step after another, we make change. Dear Billy, you share that Mr. Rogers' mom told him that in every tragedy, look for the helpers. There are always helpers. It's so important. The more we look for the helpers, the more we understand that help can be done. And as we look up to them, we become inspired to join them. We should encourage a society that uplifts helpers. Whenever there is a tragedy, and the news is plastered with the faces and names of the people who are to blame, there's an opportunity there instead to showcase the names and faces of all those who are first responders on the scene, who are organizing relief efforts, who are helping those who are affected. We should give name and fame to those, not because they deserve it, but because we deserve a life in which stories are told not from the perspective of the one who is to blame, but the one who is of help. If we feel like all of the characters in the movie of life are antagonists, we'll probably become one too. But if we are surrounded by protagonists who are moving the story forward, the ones that are creating the change in the direction of inclusivity for all, then our minds, our personalities, our actions become seated, and our thoughts too, by what is being made possible. And we all have an opportunity to help in creating the awareness of those people, that whenever there is a story of someone who is doing something wonderful, we should share that story. Whenever something lovely comes our way, let us be a mirror to reflect that love on those who would benefit from it too. Dear Cece, you ask, why does reality exist? That's up to us to decide, isn't it? Because what is reality if not something which you are? You are reality. This is your existence. It's up to you to answer that question. What do you want your existence to mean? That is a possibility for you to explore. And it's not that it was left unanswered, like someone forgot to fill in the blanks and so we have to do it. It's very intentionally left that way. Because anything else wouldn't really be life. A life that already has its answers known, there would be no more science. There would be no more culture. There would be no more problems to attend to. What would you do with your time if there were no more questions to ask? If all of the questions were resolved, what would we do? You could say that we would sing and dance and have a whole worldwide party. But the only reason we do any of that is because of the question and not the answer. We sing to see what comes of our party. We sing into the stars because we do not know. Praying with a deep sense of understanding that everything we do to express ourselves is out of love for the mystery that we're a part of. So, it's not that no one knows because we have yet to discover it. It's because no one knows because we have yet to create it. And it's not that no one knows. Those who know do not spoil the meaning for anyone else, because the meaning that they have might come in a different way, a different form for them. I cannot give you the meaning of life, no more than you can give me it from your experience either. The experience happens like a canvas, and you are its painter. And we all share a part of this big canvas. I can't paint over the canvas that you are to paint in. That would be unfair. What would be the point of you having a spot to paint if I did it for you? if anyone did it for you? And what would I paint if just not more of my own? There's something special and unique to the canvas of life that you have before you to paint in. Something that nobody's ever done before. That is important. Dear Shaylin, you ask what's my purpose or question right now. In this moment, the most purposeful thing I have is to connect with you. And my question is, how can I help you? And not because anyone is in need of my help, but because it is my need to be a helper, my duty, my dharma. And any help that I can provide is not to make you any more whole than you already are, but for us to share something that we can work on together. Cheryl asks, does Joseph truly love me? I ask, does Cheryl really love Cheryl? We cannot expect anyone to love us if we don't first love ourselves. The most lovable people are the ones that love themselves. Because then you show that that love can be received. Isn't it? If you don't love yourself, how can others trust that you are capable of receiving love if you don't even receive it right from the source? If you love yourself truly, then I guarantee, forget Joseph. Everyone can't help but fall in love with you. Only a matter of time. Thank you, Erica, for the heart me you sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Dear Myrna, you shared that you realized that a person doesn't have to go through all the pain to be where they all are right now, and that made you understand justice and injustice. There is a lot of truth to that, dear Myrna. And since that has arisen within you an empathy for others, so that they don't have to go through something that you have, for example, then that is a beautiful thing. But if we feel like any part of our experience doesn't have meaning, then that's on us to continue seeking. It's true that there's suffering in the world that we can help alleviate, and that help may be inspired from us having gone through it ourselves. But that doesn't mean that any part of our experience was meaningless, that the suffering we had was for no purpose. For example, you have come to the realization that not everyone has to go through the pain that you have. But could you have had that realization if you didn't go through that pain? And that's the paradox. That we should strive to alleviate the suffering of others, but we should be empowered to do so because we know what it's like, and therefore what we have gone through was worth it. our experience of suffering gave rise to the empowerment to alleviate suffering of others. What a beautiful paradox that is. That we can simultaneously be grateful for our experiences and seek to dissolve the very same ones in others. That we can be grateful for the challenges that we've had and try to help those who have similar challenges so that they don't have to go through it alone. Thank you, Bachakutek. I am not sure if I pronounce your name in a way that can be pronounced, but if it can, please let me know. Now, I've just been yapping for a while now, but I wanted to probably end the live stream a while ago too, as it is getting late, and my bedtime is important to consider so that I can be here at a reasonable time tomorrow. Thank you all for being here. I'm very grateful. Thank you, dear Shaylin. There is one more phase of our Sangha I'd like to go through. So as we transition to our Nididhyasana, let us consider all the journey we've had thus far together. That's right, I was yamming. When a yam yaps, the yapping becomes yamming. It's a beautiful thing to do, dear Flor. When we share our experiences, we can make others feel better about themselves. Another lovely paradox of healing is if we share the struggles that we have gone through and still gone through and are still going through, that can be enough to affirm to someone that it's okay to be in the position you are. And when we share our journey of healing and being healed, that adds to the possibility for others too. Dear Broke Gumbler, you ask, what time will I go live tomorrow? I'm really sorry for not having a set time at the moment, but we can try for a relatively similar time, but hopefully even earlier. This live has been going on since about 7:40 Pacific time, which is, what's like 2.5 hours ago? More than that? It's 11:11 for me right now. Make a wish. 2 hours before that was 9. 3 hours before that was 8. 3.5 hours it's been, something like that. So I started streaming 3.5 hours ago, whatever that is for you. Maybe I'll try to stream for 4 hours ago tomorrow. In other words, 20 hours from now. Thank you, dear Fotnik, for the harping that you sent. You are from Kenya but watching in Dubai. Oh, you are very, very worldly, dear Broke Humbler. I am from Canada. So it is almost nighttime. Well, it's already nighttime for me and most of Canada, but I'm on the west coast of it. Aren't you just a lovely person? I'm very happy to call you dear Bro Kumbler. I think it fits. I'm happy to call you all dear because you're all dear to me. Maybe that's why some of you share that you feel so much light coming from me, is because you're a deer caught in the headlights, and that's why I call you deer. Terrible joke, I know. Alright, I'd like to conclude with a meditation for us all to voluntarily participate in. On the subject of forgiveness, I thought that we'd end this live stream with a guided meditation on forgiveness. And I really want to emphasize voluntary, because I'd like to go deep into something that that you feel is something you have to forgive, and that might be traumatic. And if you feel like that's not something you want to do, then I completely understand. You don't have to participate. And you can just choose something simpler to meditate on, or you can leave, and that's totally understandable. For those who want to stay but not participate, please affirm others who are participating or perhaps joining, as I'd like for this to be a very safe and inclusive space, because forgiveness requires vulnerability. And if we can make the space one in which that's sacred, we turn that vulnerability into something sacred rather than a danger, then that would be a wonderful thing, because I know there's a lot of room for forgiveness in the world right now. So I'd like to go through it very slowly. When we touch on triggering issues, it's so important to affirm everything is in order before we start. Ensure that you have a moment to think about something like this. If your attention needs to be elsewhere in a few minutes, I wouldn't want you to have yourself in the middle of a deep inquiry and then have to wrap it up suddenly or at another time. So affirm that this is something that you feel ready for. Otherwise, acknowledge that another time would be best for this. And you can ground yourself very physically in observance of the world around you. Recognize that your body's here and it will continue to be here, and you won't get trapped in your memory. You can always bring yourself back to something. I have walls around me, good. Roof over my head, 2 legs to stand on, 2 eyes to see. Got my breath, I'm breathing. All this is wonderful. And you can stop at any time. Absolute no necessity to stay for the whole thing. You can pause and come back later. Exactly as is something you're ready for, and no more than that. Now, if you're like me, and you know what it's like to have an anxious mind, even hearing all of that might start to make you worry. You think, oh my goodness, so much talk about being safe. Does this mean that we might not be? That is the nature of the mind, isn't it? The more you affirm, a wounded part might get even more afraid. Oh my goodness! I'm about to be unveiled, and a tender part is about to get hurt. I really gotta get out of here. Maybe you can have a stuffed animal with you. Even if you're as old as I am, older, even if you're 200 years old, you can have a stuffed animal with you. Or a blanket. You can light a candle. Have some tea. At no point should you feel like you are without something comfortable. You can take that with you. Alright. Maybe you have something in mind already. Something that you'd like to forgive. And I leave this completely up to you. It could be forgiving yourself for something that you did to someone else. That could have happened recently or a long time ago. And if nothing comes to mind, you can forgive yourself for something that maybe you did in a past life. You can make something up. And it's still just as affirming. Karmically, it still functions as creating space. If you're so good of a person you can't think of anything, just imagine you were terrible in your last life and forgive yourself for that. Or you can forgive someone else. You can forgive someone else for something they've done to you or to someone else. You can imagine yourself as another person forgiving themselves. If you feel it is right for you, as with everything, if any part of this process doesn't resonate with you, leave it aside. Not necessary to follow every step. You can forgive yourself for something you've done to yourself. And you can forgive others for doing something they've done to themselves too. Just take a moment to have something in mind and just be aware of how tender that idea is. For some, you might already be at a point where you feel comfortable thinking about it. For others, and for many people, it's totally normal for even that idea to be so scary that just a moment in contact with it can be too painful. Just gauge yourself what level you're willing to connect with it. And maybe you're done already. Maybe just bringing one memory to mind was enough and you can stop for now, and that's totally okay. If you feel empowered to go a little deeper, then continue. And continue to ground yourself, the fact that you're here now, and that it's just a thought. This whole process is really a guided series of thoughts. We can guide our thoughts elsewhere, but we're choosing to guide them this way, to bring us in contact with a corner of our mind that maybe is a little dusty. Maybe you can just imagine, instead of this memory that you've associated this idea with, instead think about the surrounding region of your mind. Feel how Feel how new this area is to explore. Just the feeling around the memory rather than the feelings in the memory. Do you feel like this is something that deserves your attention? Do you feel it calling you, and how do you feel about that? What is your relationship with this thing that you wish to forgive? Hold everything in your awareness without judgment. Validate your feelings the whole time. Maybe you feel scared to forgive. Maybe you feel desperate to forgive. Maybe you feel like the idea of forgiving makes you angry because a part of you does not want any justice to go unserved. And that's a part of you that you can acknowledge with tenderness too. Hear all voices that come. Know that it's entirely okay if a part of you seems to contradict another. That part of you knows that it's time to explore the concept of forgiveness, and another part of you does not feel ready. Just like this whole world is made up of many moving parts, so too is our body and mind, and it's entirely understandable. You can imagine all the different perspectives that you have simultaneously, some of them having friction with each other. One part saying that you should forgive, another part saying that you shouldn't, one part saying that you can, but it's not necessary, another part doubting you, saying that you can't, and it's necessary. So many different perspectives we have surrounding this. Just acknowledge all of them. Imagine that they all have a voice to say something important, and you consider all of these voices. And you are a silent listener to every part of you, understanding that it's okay to have all these different perspectives. So just take a moment to acknowledge the different relationships that many parts of you have with this idea of forgiveness, this memory, this process that may be still ongoing. Be affirmed that forgiveness does not mean forgetting. If we forget the past, history can repeat itself. To ensure that something good happens next time, something more good happens next time, then we can keep it in mind without forgetting. They say to forgive and forget, but it's just a saying. You can forgive without literally forgetting. It's just a symbol of speech. To forget means to let go, but you don't have to let go of everything, and especially not all at once. And I'm going as slow as possible to ensure that as many people as possible can benefit, especially those who really struggle. I'm sure that there's some people listening here who are thinking, come on, get on with it. I'm ready. I want to dive in. But let's take our time. It's a sensitive thing. And and those who take their time are absolutely valid. No rush to forgive. No rush to forgive. And since this forgiveness is a meditation, that already should tell you something. That it's an inward process. That it doesn't have to involve anyone else. You may forgive someone without ever telling them, without them ever knowing. So we can recalibrate our understanding, if that doesn't make sense, so that we know what forgiveness really means. It doesn't mean that we're ever going to let anyone do something like that again. Doesn't mean that we're going to forget. It doesn't mean that anyone was justified for the things they did. And it doesn't mean that you won't have more room to grow. And this is something that sounds funny to some, but is important to hear from others. That you feel like you can only grow if you hold on to this, but it's not true. Growing comes from letting go, because you need space in order to grow. This is a process of giving you more space to grow. And you'll continue to learn from that experience. And if that experience has empowered you to validate others, if that experience has given you purpose, that purpose isn't to be let go of either. The only thing that is freed up is space for more love, more peace. That's all that will come of that. Forgiveness means to really love yourself so much that you finally bring a part of yourself that has been left behind to the next step, to the journey ahead. As if a piece of you was lost in the past, we recollect that part of ourselves. That's all it is. Just a recollection of ourselves. We don't lose any part of ourselves. We gain it back, actually. So if all that makes sense, we can proceed into whatever thought, memory, or experience is tied to something you have decided to forgive. You can imagine yourself in the activity of something, the thing that you want to forgive. And remember that you are here, safe and sound, that it's just a memory. That reliving it doesn't mean actually going through the suffering again. That's done and done. But the imprints remind ourselves of what it felt like. And it's okay to acknowledge the pain. It's okay to acknowledge all of the feelings associated with that. And if ever you need to take a breath, a sip of water to ground in any other way, it's okay. You're still here. Nothing has changed for the worse. You're in a much better place now. Even if it doesn't feel like it, the very fact that you are here exploring this shows that you have a lot more room to introspect than you did before, and that's wonderful. And you can go back to that thought or series of thoughts in as many steps as you like, maybe only catching glimpses of something, and maybe stopping entirely for now, if that's okay. That's enough for you? That's okay. No problem. Sometimes it can feel like Pandora's box. That if you fear that if you open that up, then so much more will come out and you don't know how you will deal with it. And that's all part of the process of going back into our traumas. That if we don't, at least at some point, explore these, then it'll continue to build up pressure, you know? At some point we have to release that pressure, and maybe we've already let it get to a point where it is overwhelming, and that's okay. A wise person once said, the best time to plant a tree was 40 years ago, but the next best time is today. And the third best time is tomorrow. The fourth best time is the next, etc. But know that that feeling of being overwhelmed is only temporary, and your emotions will pass, and they will get easier to process. And you really only have to release the pressure once. Just like a pop, a soda pop. That if it's full of pressure, all you have to do is just slowly unscrew the cap. And then you can take it off, you can put it back on, you can take it off, you can put it back on. And once you've relieved the pressure's gone. So to every uncomfortable feeling that comes with this inquiry of forgiveness, all you have to do is feel that feeling once. You might feel like the feeling comes back again and again, but what if I told you that every feeling that you have, you release, and that you are just coming into contact with one more thing to release, and so you are still making progress. Imagine the people involved, what they mean to you. When you're ready, be just as observant in that moment, retrospectively, as you are in this one, acknowledging your surroundings now and then, what was in the room, what was being said, what did you hear, what did you feel, what occurred to your nose. All the senses. And remember that this experience is a part of you. And because it's a part of you, that implies that you are made up of many, many, many other parts too. And therefore you are a whole which is greater than this part alone. One technique that I've heard is really helpful is to imagine yourself going back in time and creating a kind of resolution in that moment. This obviously won't change the past, but it can give us a new memory to refer back to, a feeling like we've gone through the motions of something we felt needed to happen already. We can imagine setting boundaries where they needed to be, respecting boundaries as well, you can imagine that situation going differently, just as you probably have before, but this time with a different intention. Now when you imagine things going differently, it's not how they should have happened, but something that you mentally go through the process of to almost send affirmation backwards in time to yourself and everyone involved. Now it's no longer about what should have happened. We can let go of the attachment that that's what should have been, and instead we make it so in our memory. And this is one step in the process of healing and forgiveness. We imagine what it would be like for things to go differently so we can learn from that experience too, and we can find value of achieving similar kinds of resolutions now in the present time. Imagine what it would be like for things to have gone better, and then know that that feeling is a part of you now. Consider how everything that was possible then is still possible now. It's just in a different way now. And you unlock the possibilities now by exploring them in the past and relating them to the present, just in the exact way that your intuition guides you. And if there's anyone there to say thank you or I'm sorry, you can imagine saying that at exactly the level that you feel comfortable. This is truly an exercise in imagination. And although our imagination is something distinct from the physical reality, the feelings that come from it are still very real too. Anything you can do in relation to that experience to invoke feelings of resolution, do that. Just permeate that experience with your higher self, coming back in time. Maybe it's a childhood self that you're thinking back on, or maybe even if it's just today. Think that some wiser being has come to uplift a version of you that had been feeling stuck or lost or anything else at that time. Be your own savior, understanding that it is grace that you bestow this version of yourself from the present, that you are here to free yourself from any long withstanding grudges, insecurities, fears, unhealthy desires. That now that you are in a better place in this moment, you have the ability to bring love from future to present, from present to past. And imagine that love flowing both ways too. Past version of you saying, thank you for coming. Thank you for freeing me of this. You can even imagine embracing that version of yourself that had been dismissed or minimized or taken advantage of or was ignorant of something, whatever it may be, depending on if you're forgiving yourself or someone else. Just absolute connection with all parts of that, as if it had been in the dark and you were turning on a light that exists within every part of that experience. That you wash the whole thing in a kind of light. Imagine changing your relationship to this memory such that at all future times that you think back on this, you will remember the love that you have sparked now. And you could never forget the grace that you're giving yourself in this moment, such that that now becomes what you refer back to. That you are saying to the emotions that you had felt at the time that your time is up, that all of these negative feelings that have been serving their job for so long, you can now relieve them of their duty and say, a new set of feelings are to fill this space. Such that now when you look back at this experience, you acknowledge the feelings that used to be there, and the impressions that are still there, and the lessons that you're still learning from them. But you also recognize just how much love you give back to that experience now. Love, again, not because you're invalidating something that deserves justice, or validating an injustice, but because this is for you to have a better future, so that you no longer feel like this is something weighing you down, because you know what's possible if you lighten the load on yourself, if you give yourself one less thing to stress about. You know how much is possible for you, and you believe that this is the next step to make your dreams come true. And for many of us, that can be enough of a guided meditation there too. And if you want to continue it further, you can. When every party has imaginatively nodded at each other, shook hands, hugged, whatever, set boundaries where they need to be, waved goodbye, you can bring yourself back to the ways in which you're still dealing with the pains. Because although we can change our association with that experience, still there are things we have to work through in the so-called real world too. There are behaviors that are still going to pop up, patterns of thought that are still going to come up. That's all in the present. And we've just initiated change. And it's like everything begins to dissolve from here on, but it's still a process. And naturally, over the next few minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, years, you'll discover what it means to continue in that process and let your intuition guide you in that. Let your sense of knowingness occur. If there does need to be a connection made between you and any party, maybe a letter would be empowering to write. Maybe that letter just ends up getting burned in a fire, or maybe it gets delivered, or maybe it gets thrown in the ocean. If there's any symbolic thing that you can do for yourself, that you can feel your past self going, yes, I would love for you to do that for me, then you can put that on your calendar, you can keep that in mind, and just at the perfect time, you will do so. And you breathe You breathe in newness of the space that you've opened up for yourself, and you breathe out everything that you know no longer needs to be there. And you feel grateful. You feel affirmed. You know there's still a long journey ahead, but you've taken the step in the right direction. And you feel proud of yourself for doing that, knowing that even that is enough for this moment. And you smile. You allow yourself to cry, to laugh. All the emotions. That is completely understandable. It's good. And you're welcome to do that again. You're welcome to keep going back and continue to empower these experiences. Continue to bring love to everything and make for yourself a more exuberant, energetic, light-filled being in this present moment. You just alchemize yourself from the inside out. Become ethereal. And it is my prayer and wish and blessing that you move forward with a lightness in each step that you take, getting lighter and lighter from this day onward. And that you never have to feel the way you did again. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May there be peace in our environment. May there be peace in ourselves. And may there be peace in the forces that compel us. And may you experience an ever-deepening peace as each moment passes by. I think that is a good place to stop there for now. So thank you for participating to the extent that you felt comfortable in this voluntary guided meditation on forgiveness. I hope that was helpful. Thank you, dear Delaney, for the heart me that you sent. Radhe, Radhe. And now that we've come to the end of our Sangha today, Take care of your body, your mind. If ever there was a reason to give yourself a nice special treat, I won't tell Santa if you sneak into the pantry and get a cupcake, if you have a lollipop, popsicle, sweet tea, give yourself a special treat for the sweetness that you are, or symbolically do something kind for yourself in some other way because you deserve it. Thank you, Tattvamasi, for the trio of roses that you sent to. Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. Hey, anyway, who is Mr. Claus to judge if we steal a cookie? He's eating how many billion cookies Christmas Day? Talk about a cheat day. He's got enough calories for the next lifetime. Drinking a whole glass, eating milk and cookies from every person. And it goes to, my goodness. So yeah. You really don't have to worry about Santa Claus judging you for that. Oh, I love that, dear Titi. I hope your lovely puppy is getting lots of rest from the surgery. Now I will go take care of my body, get some food in it, and mind, and make myself ready to bed. If any part of this live stream you felt like you wanted to replay, I always upload the lives on my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives. And that's also linked in the link tree in my bio if you just want to navigate there with taps. The meditations, like the one we did, the readings and the show and tell are also posted there. So if you enjoyed any of those things and you don't want to navigate through any of the recordings, they also have their own playlists. Thank you, dear Fotnik, for the 11 and 1 rose that you sent, making a dozen. Jai Sintaram. If there's anything that I couldn't attend to in this live stream, I hope to be able to tomorrow and acknowledge anything that I can do to make this a more inclusive space next time. Do reach out if you ever have any questions or concerns, or if you just want to share something important to you. My inbox is open on Instagram, WhatsApp, Telegram, and email, and I try to go through my messages once a day, at least. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityurma Amritam Gamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Lead us from the unreal to the real. Lead us from dark to the light. Lead us from death to deathlessness. My voice can only go so high. Let there be peace in my environment. Let there be peace in myself, and let there be peace in the forces that compel me. May you have a wonderful rest of your night, your morning, your afternoon, your evening, whatever time it may be for you. May you have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.